that except for the NCAA.
Yeah.
They do a really good job with their tournament down there. So, but yeah, end of the season, it's here. This comes down to the final night. I think that, these guys being on the stage, seeing all the fans here, and it's just an electric atmosphere. Former President Donald Trump is in the house, which, is kind of creating a lot more excitement in the fact in itself. I think that the guys that, didn't make the finals, I think this makes them just that much hungrier to be in the finals and to be able to wrestle in this magnitude of a opportunity in a situation. This is what it's all about, and all the spectacle that goes into it, behind the scenes stuff, and that's what you have to think about first round or second round when you might not quite be ready to go, and you see the upsets and so forth. And a lot of these guys that were up on the stage that did the Parade of Champions here just a little while ago are probably regretting and wishing to goodness that they could have been there and be here wrestling instead of just standing up there, in their uniform. Even though being on the All-American stand is an amazing honor at any level, but especially the Division I level. So just an awesome night here at wrestling. I'm excited to watch. It's going to be some great wrestling, some great matchups.
Starting things off at 157, the top two seeds make the finals. Number 1 seed Austin O'Connor out of North Carolina. National champion a couple years ago at 149. Bumped up to 157 last year, finished 7th. He's taking on true freshman, number 2 seed Levi Haynes from Penn State.
Well, I do like Levi Haynes, that's for sure. The fact that he is coming out to some Hank Williams Jr. Country Boy Can't Survive. How can you not like that?
I know it.
I mean, he's coming
Although
out.
Austin O'Connor's a little dropkick Murphys, it's pretty good too.
Wow. You got just a big difference in age here.
Yeah.
A true freshman versus O'Connor is what?
I think a 6th-year guy.
6th-year guy. I mean, this is like I'd like to know what grade. So let's see here. They're 6 years apart or 5 years apart. So, when O'Connor was a freshman in college, Levi Haynes would have been
7th grade.
7th grade, 7th, 8th grade,
yeah.
And now they're wrestling each other in the finals of the NCAAs. That's how crazy the difference in ages in this matchup.
Your officials for this bout, Shane Cox and Jimmy Chan.
Getting underway here. Haynes wearing the Penn State singlet like normal. North Carolina's O'Connor, the powder blue.
This is your number 1 and 2 seed at 157 pounds. Austin O'Connor.
Starting at 157 tonight so that they can end on Yanni Damakahalis going for his 4th title. Levi Haynes, the number 2 seed coming in, 24-1 record. Won first round by a score of 10-3, second round score of 8-2, third round by a pin, and then in the semis he beat Rob from Nebraska, who he wrestled in the Big Ten finals and beat. He beat Rob 5-3.
O'Connor, your number 1 seed, started out with a 6-1 win over Vinny Zerbin of Northern Colorado, 4-1 win over Jarrett Jaquez of Missouri, 10-2 major decision over Will Luan of Michigan, and then a 4-3 win over the number 5 seed Josh Humphreys from Lehigh. Today's tournament preview brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings. Shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. 1:19 to go here in the first period. First match of the night. So far, just a lot of stocking around. There's Haynes, a sweep attempt, but O'Connor, strong hips, kept control of that trail hand as well.
O'Connor just looks, bulkier, stronger. I mean, you expect that. This is like almost man versus boy. This is a 6th-year senior taking on a true freshman who's just a baby coming out of high school compared to a guy like O'Connor. Good thing is Levi Haynes has youth on his side.
Yeah. He hasn't been cutting weight for 6 extra years out of high school.
And beating his body up for another 6 years. And sometimes people say that it's easier to win the first one young as a freshman than it is versus the senior as a senior. Tony Ramos in the corner over there with Coleman Scott for O'Connor of North Carolina.
O'Connor changed levels, looked for a high crotch, then came back, looked for a drag by or throw by, but
Nice ankle pick right there, attempt by Haynes, but he didn't follow through with it. O'Connor got his leg back. Kind of just a slow shot. I don't think he expected to get there. And then it's like, my goodness, I'm here. O'Connor's slow to react there.
first period comes to an end. No score.
Cale Sanderson, Pat Kennedy, and Cody Sanderson all in the corner for Levi Haynes.
Connor wins the toss to first, so Haynes will start down. A real move from either guy. Now Haynes starting to work up into a tripod. O'Connor riding that near ankle, trying to pull that left wrist. Pulls him down, almost tilts him up over there. Could have got a 1 count at least, but getting a little out of sorts. Haynes reaching back, grabbing his leg. O'Connor gets back behind the hips. Haynes up to his feet. O'Connor around the waist, picks him up, drops him down, right back into a tripod. Caps that ankle, trips him back down. Switch action there by Haynes. O'Connor driving in. Get up to their feet again, right on the edge of the mat. Haynes trying to circle back in. O'Connor works him back down to the mat. Now spins him out off the edge of the mat. Head back to the center. 1:15 to go, second period. 45 seconds riding time for O'Connor. Team score right now, Penn State has 127.5. Iowa second with 82.5. They've got that locked in. Haynes with the roll through. O'Connor holds him there. Got a 2 count.
Did he get a 2 count for that? There's no way.
I can't tell. It
No
looks
way.
like he did.
No way.
Penn State's going to challenge that.
I would too. I agree. There's no way that was a 2 count. If that was a 2 count, then Real Woods missed out on about probably 50 points of near falls this year. Oh my goodness.
Slide out of bounds, and we're going to have our first review of the night. And this is a coach's challenge, so they'll look upstairs with it.
Well, I 100% agree with Cale Sanderson on this one. I did not think that was too near fall.
So again, team scores: Penn State 127.5, the Hawks 82.5, Ohio State 70.5, Cornell 68.5, and then Missouri with 60.5. Arizona State, Michigan, Nebraska, NC State, or Virginia Tech, and then NC State rounding out your top 10. Cornell with 2 in the finals, Ohio State with 1. So if they split, or if Cornell loses both of theirs, Ohio State will finish in third. If Cornell wins at 149, then they would finish in third, because that's head-to-head. Hawkeye Wrestling brought to you all season long, especially our interviews with Hawkeye coach Tom Brands before dual meets, presented by Pioneer. When it comes to great yield potential and strong agronomic performance in your fields, choose Pioneer. What's next happens here. Again, here at the national tournament, they've got a booth set up off-site somewhere in the arena with the video screens going. The referees get on the phone, call up there, and an independent party, referees, will review it, look at it, and say what they decide. So it's not the referee doing his own review. They're going to say no near fall.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that.
And then they have to go back to that part. So they have to go back to 1:02 on the clock and 58 seconds. So why do you say no near fall? Because it looked like Haynes' back was exposed for 2 seconds.
Wasn't control.
Gotcha.
No control. It was a scramble situation. It wasn't like Haynes had him there in control. I mean, if they're going to give a near fall for that, then Max Mirren for sure should have had near fall against Yanni Demakahales. Good.
So put 102 back on the clock. O'Connor gets his riding time up over a minute. Pinching that ankle as Haynes got to his feet. Up onto a knee now. O'Connor around that right waist. Looking for a quick tilt again. Now driving forward, trying to trap that wrist.
O'Connor doing a great job of just riding Levi Haynes tough. A lot of pressure forward. Controlling the hands. Levi Haynes coming up, trying to get hand control, but O'Connor just, honestly, just manhandles him and puts him back down. See how he's trying so hard to put Levi Haynes back down?
Yeah. Haynes to his feet, squares up. They go out of bounds. 18 seconds remains, second period.
But see how hard he was trying there, and he probably had a 3 or a 4 count against him there. What if it would have went to a 5 and then it go out of bounds, and he's trying everything he can do to put him down?
Yeah.
I know it's like a repeated record out of our mouths, but that's just great wrestling. He's not stalling. If anything, Haynes is the one stalling. I'm not blaming Haynes, but the guy in that position. But then you can ride an ankle and you don't get called for stalling.
Right.
You know, it's completely backwards right now.
Yeah.
These rules are just unbelievably just terrible. Trying to find a good word there. Coach Gable in the house. See him down there with his grandson Jake Gable. I see his daughter Molly Olza. I wonder if Danny Olza is in the house.
He's probably at the bowling.
We haven't heard from him at all this tournament.
Surprised. Connor quickly out for his escape, so he leads 1-0, plus he has 1:53 of riding time. How soon till a stall call? Sweep attempt, reshot by O'Connor, cutting across to the double, and he gets the takedown on the edge.
Nice job by O'Connor right there. That was a sweep attempt by Haynes. And he kind of started reaching a little bit, but O'Connor did a great job. Sprawled, circled around, grabbed the leg of Haynes, then cut off to a double, and just kind of honestly just bowled right through him there, wrapping up the other leg for a takedown. That was great wrestling. That was honestly like the difference of like man versus a boy in strength and power right there, how he was able to finish that shot.
Haynes able to get out for the escape.
But like I said before, Haynes has youth on his side right now. So
another shot and go behind and 2 takedown for O'Connor.
He's just a great go behind, and as he's going behind, Haynes comes up, and then O'Connor drops in on the legs. Another nice double leg takedown there. Wrapped both legs up. Great transition there. As you're going around behind, the guy stands up to square with you. You then drop down to the legs. Instead of coming up with him, you drop down to the legs and get the legs. O'Connor's done that twice and done a great job with it.
Haynes to his feet. O'Connor lets him out. 50 seconds remains in the match. 5-2 is the lead for O'Connor. He's got 2:19 of riding time. Ankle pick attempt there by Haynes. O'Connor circles back in. Duck attempt. O'Connor just keeps the arms down, and then a snap. Dives in for a double from a ways away, right on the edge. Front headlock for O'Connor with that underhook on the right side. Haynes clears out, looks to come back across. 15 to go here in the third period. O'Connor just stuffing the head right there. And Austin O'Connor, the number 1 seed, is going to become a 2-time national champion.
Good for North Carolina. Coleman Scott, Tony Ramos, Austin O'Connor, Jamel Kelly. That's a pretty good coaching staff there.
O'Connor wins by a score of 6-2 with that riding time point.
O'Connor giving the big flex to the crowd.
When you say Carolina, say heel.
O'Connor gives big hugs and then comes over and does a backflip in the air to run down and greet his family in the front row. University of Iowa Healthcare has the game plan for your same-day healthcare needs. If you need treatment for a common illness or minor injury, visit one of several UI Quick Care or Urgent Care locations throughout the Iowa City-Cedar Rapids corridor. Their care and expertise will help you get back in the game. UI Healthcare is proud to sponsor your Iowa Hawkeyes. We'll take a timeout. We will be back with more from Tulsa and the BOK Center. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. My name is Denali.
And I'm Briley.
We're still members of your Iowa Hawkeye softball team. During the off-season, conditioning is number one.
At Iowa City Tire and Service, they keep our cars in top running condition year-round.
And they treat their customers like family. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Proud sponsors of Hawkeye softball.
Iowa City Tire and Service, where service actually comes first.
Go Hawks! Woo-hoo!
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Hit a deer? Call Premier. Premier Automotive in North Liberty is Eastern Iowa's most trusted name in auto body repair. Our premier reputation is built on providing superior customer service, accurate estimates, and high-quality work. Our experienced staff guarantees your vehicle is restored and back on the road in no time. Premier Automotive in North Liberty, or online at premierautoiowa.com. Drive safely, but if you hit a deer, call Premier.
Stock up on your big game essentials with Local Craft Cellar. Local Craft Cellar in Cedar Rapids is your one-stop shop, offering Eastern Iowa's best selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, plus Edgewood locker meats and a wide variety of Iowa-made products. At Local Craft Cellar, they have the stuff you won't find anywhere else. Stop by today at 7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Again, that's 7085 C Avenue Northeast. Please drink responsibly.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
This is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling on AM 800 KXIC Iowa City.
Welcome back to the BOK Center, the 2023 NCAA Wrestling Championships. Stephen Grace and Mark Ironside as they ask current and former military members to stand and be recognized in the crowd here. Give them a nice ovation. So North Carolina gets the first national champion of the tournament.
Let's hear it for these men and women who have given so much service, valor, and sacrifice.
A lot of
and their service
TV time here between each of these matches. Times it feels like we could take like a 7-minute commercial break and still have extra time to talk.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I tell you what, it's just fun to just kind of like people watching this building and kind of see, and they do it. That's what we always say. It's nice to be at home because you're in the luxury of your own home and you can kind of get up, go to the bathroom whenever you want, drink, eat, you don't have to pay for it or whatever, go to bed when it's done. Showing Donald Trump on the big screen right now. And, but you just kind of like people watch and see like all the people in the stadium. Like I saw Gable earlier and a lot of the Hawkeye Wrestling Club members and some old-time wrestlers here tonight. Just seeing people in the streets, and they do different things between sessions. And, they had for the Grand March tonight, they had former national champions from Oklahoma State. Pat Smith was out there. Guerrero was out there. Not Pat Fitzgerald, but Fitzgerald. And then Rolshaw. Were you doing it when Rolshaw was here, right?
Yep.
Here comes David Carr and O'Toole. This is going to be a great match right now.
Wrestled twice, and it's been a barn burner both times. You look at the scores, Carr winning 7-2 and winning by fall, but the fall was
in overtime.
9 minutes in at the very end of overtime.
That was a very controversial match that Carr won to even go into, to even take it into overtime. A very controversial takedown that honestly could have gone O'Toole's way. Very interesting how that played out to even push it into overtime. And then in a scramble situation, David Carr was able to pin O'Toole in the Big 12 finals. But during the dual meet at Missouri, which Missouri really manhandled Iowa State altogether in that meet, but Carr handled O'Toole in that dual meet pretty easily. But during the Big 12 finals, O'Toole came back and wrestled Carr really, really well in that match. Brett Metcalf in the corner down there for David Carr. Him and David Carr are really close. Him, St. John, and Dresser himself. You get 3 coaches in your corner and a trainer.
Brian Smith, was that Kendrick Maple, and Bradley? Don Bradley, the big guy?
Yes, yes. Kendrick Maple, he was an awesome wrestler. Dominic Bradley wrestled at Missouri.
Right off the whistle, Carr backs all the way to the edge.
He knows O'Toole's coming. He wants to get something low. This is what he was doing during the Big 12 finals match as well, too. Carr did a lot of that, dancing around, kind of standing up and down. There's a nice shot right there by O'Toole.
Carr
had some
one
amazing
way,
scrambles. They had some amazing scrambles, these two. Carr is so flexible, so good at keeping his balance. O'Toole does a great job getting to his legs, but Carr does a great job with his defense.
And he's trying to trick knee right there as O'Toole had that up underneath the armpit. Carr trying to reach down and break that grip, gets a toe to the mat. Now he's stuffing the head with the hips.
He did break that grip, and he was so good about doing it. And that's why O'Toole couldn't finish from the feet. But now he goes down to the mat, and he's extending here. He's not in very good position to finish here.
Trying to get Carr draped up over him.
He needs to be smart. O'Toole does, or he's going to end up getting a position where Carr could score a takedown. You might want to just go for a stalemate here.
His left leg's out pretty far, almost like he could get a cradle.
Stalemate. That was a good call. Crowd's booing, but that was a good call for a stalemate.
1:44 to go here, first period.
NCAA champion in 2021, both of those at 157 pounds, was third last year at 157. Big 12 champion. Came into the tournament unbeaten. His opponent, Keegan O'Toole, out of Arrowhead, Wisconsin.
O'Toole, champ last year, finished third 2 years ago. David Carr, first-team All-American in 2020, champion in 2021, third last year at 157.
Yeah, you got to be thinking about calling David Carr for stalling right now. O'Toole's been chasing him all over the mat since this match started.
Carr takes a shot from a ways away. O'Toole catches him in a front head. Reshot attempt there by Carr, then a reshot by O'Toole. Gets to Carr's left leg. Carr coming back out front, trying to get those hips squared in with him. O'Toole stepped over the one leg. Carr using that flexibility, though, with that whizzer in. O'Toole trying to elevate, comes up over the head and gets around behind for the 2 takedown.
That was a really good finish of O'Toole. I'm actually kind of surprised that Carr wasn't able to, at the last second, turn in and whizzer and go into it, but O'Toole must have had so much pressure forward that he couldn't do so. But that was a big takedown for O'Toole here in the first period. Now it's even bigger to try and hit for him to ride Carr out the remaining of the first period as they go back to the center with 21 seconds left in this first period. This O'Toole he looks so good this entire season.
Caution on Carr starting early from the bottom. Tripod by Carr. Just 15 seconds left. He's up to his feet, trying to get that hand control, sagging the hips. O'Toole around the waist. Trips him back down.
Looking at the clock, he knows there's not much time left. Carr going to almost get out here on the edge. And he kicks out with no time left. So that's a big takedown and ride for O'Toole.
37 seconds to his minute. 2-0 lead.
37 seconds towards riding time. Carr's choice, he's going to start down.
In my opinion, arguably this is the toughest weight class in the country.
Yeah.
I really, really firmly believe that this weight class here has the most mass amount of guys in it that are just high caliber. Like a lot of times you get 1, 2, 3, 4 guys and it kind of really falls off after those top 2 or 3, sometimes 4. This weight class, like 9 deep. Like you could re-wrestle this tournament 9 times and you could have 9 different winners.
Yep.
And you got guys like
the escape.
Ramirez of Cornell and Kennedy of Iowa didn't even make the award stand because they're wrestling each other, 2 rounds before the medal match round.
Carr takes a shot right at the edge of the mat, and they go out of bounds, head back to the center.
And then Ramirez gets beat in the blood round by
Griffith,
who is a 1 or 2 time national champ.
1.
Griffith came back and got 5th place today. He beat Hamady from Wisconsin for 5th. He got beat in a overtime match in the consolation semifinals by Amin in overtime.
Shot by O'Toole. Gets in, head to the outside, drapes Carr up over the back.
Carr grabbing both of O'Toole's legs back there. One around the waist, one around the leg. O'Toole trying to come up with it and come out the back door.
Now Carr reaching back, grabbing O'Toole's arm. Now he gets back out front trying to hip in here. Now he's stepping over an ankle, see if he can break the grip.
See, O'Toole stopped wrestling right there.
Carr seeing if he can get an arm in there, maybe for a cradle. 20 seconds left. O'Toole hanging on for dear life.
This will be a big takedown for Carr if he can get it before the end of this period. Huge takedown.
All the way.
He's got
the
it.
Ankle.
He's got it.
There's the 2 takedown and almost a cradle locked in.
He does have a cradle locked in. O'Toole's turning in, trying to fight it off. Wow, big takedown right there. Big takedown. Missouri's going to, Iowa State's going to challenge. What are they going to challenge? For what?
They waved the takedown off. So they gave the 2, then they waved it off. Missouri was going to challenge.
I see. Well, originally when I looked down at the score, they had it on there. So I'm like, what the heck is Iowa? If anything, Missouri should be the one challenging.
Well, both coaches had the bricks because Iowa State thought it was, Missouri thought it wasn't. So one way or the other, they're going to look at it and see. Now, the call is that it's not a takedown. So there has to be clear evidence that it is to change it.
They waved it off. And the question is, once he broke O'Toole's grip, he locked his hands and he had the cradle locked up. So once O'Toole broke the grip of his own around Carr's leg, Carr had the cradle locked up. But the question is, did he have control? Did he have it broken down to his hip on the side? I don't think that he did.
I don't think he was on his hip.
He was never on his hip, but was he far enough around behind, though, for control? So it's a good thing that this is a good, perfect opportunity for a review right here. So whether you're Missouri and they give the 2, I'm throwing the brick in, or whether you're Iowa State because they don't give the takedown, I'm throwing the brick in. This is a good throw for either team because, honestly, until you go back and kind of look at it, I don't know. Originally watching it in my binos and really looking at it close up, I thought he had takedown. Here we go. No takedown.
No takedown. So O'Toole will take a 2-1 lead with 1:03 of riding time into the third. So now if you're Carr, do you try to ride him out and force overtime? Or do you cut him and get to your feet where you haven't had any luck yet?
I don't know if he... Well, O'Toole has 1:03 riding time. So he can't even ride him out and force riding time.
True, yeah. He just erases it.
Now Carr's
snap
coming
into
at
a
him.
shot, head to the outside, trying to cut off to the double leg. O'Toole draped up on his shoulder. Carr stepping back into him.
He's going to get this takedown right here.
O'Toole locked
Came
through
at
the
him right
crotch.
away. Of course, O'Toole, I'll tell you what, watching him scramble in that Big 12 finals, he came out of some amazing stuff. Like his defense is crazy good too, just like David Carr's.
Carr pulls his arm out. Now O'Toole hipping back into Carr.
You don't have this yet. But now he's in a better position anyway. How did he just step over and hit back into him from that position?
Well, Carr pulled his arm out trying to reach across, and that allowed him to open
He's going
things
to get
up.
this
and
now.
there's
He
the two
does
for
take him
O'Toole.
down. And he has the legs, but oh my gosh, he let a perfect leg turn go. Surprised he didn't stay with it, but that's big for Keegan O'Toole.
Makes it 5-1, and he gets his riding time back.
Riding time in favor of O'Toole.
O'Toole going to work in this top position.
He's got to be careful of reversals too.
Carr reaching through, grabbing a leg, trying to get his head.
O'Toole right now, at this point in time in the third period, he's up by 4 points, 5 points with riding time. There he almost has Carr on his back here.
Got a 2 count.
Too near fall.
That's going to make it 7-1. 8-1 with the riding time. And only 15 seconds left. Carr looks exhausted down there too, Mark. Keegan O'Toole.
That's it.
Avenges 2 previous losses on the season. He is going to win by a score of 8-2.
Great sportsmanship out of both guys right there too. O'Toole's just a great kid. David Carr, awesome athlete.
He had the game plan. He came out, got on the attack right away.
Well, he just won the scrambles, and that's how he lost in the Big 12s. He lost the scrambles, and here he won the scrambles.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels, Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. We will step out, take a timeout. We will be back with more of the finals from the BOK Center in downtown Tulsa. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Hit a deer? Call Premier. Premier Automotive in North Liberty is Eastern Iowa's most trusted name in auto body repair. Our premier reputation is built on providing superior customer service, accurate estimates, and high-quality work. Our experienced staff guarantees your vehicle is restored and back on the road in no time. Premier Automotive in North Liberty or online at premierautoiowa.com. Drive safely, but if you hit a deer, call Premier.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Hit a deer? Call Premier. Premier Automotive in North Liberty is Eastern Iowa's most trusted name in auto body repair. Our premier reputation is built on providing superior customer service, accurate estimates, and high-quality work. Our experienced staff guarantees your vehicle is restored and back on the road in no time. Premier Automotive in North Liberty or online at premierautoiowa.com. Drive safely, but if you hit a deer, call Premier.
I want to go on the best game day beer run ever.
New route. Local craft cellar in Cedar Rapids.
Let's go.
For the best selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, the correct route is Local Craft Cellar. At Local Craft Cellar, find the drink of your choice and the unique items you won't find anywhere else. Plus, local Iowa specialties like your favorite Edgewood Locker brats.
You've reached your destination.
7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Local Craft Cellar, Eastern Iowa's best selection of craft beer. Please drink responsibly.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
This is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling on AM 800 KXIC Iowa City.
Welcome back to the BOK Center in downtown Tulsa. Stephen Grace, Mark Ironside for the finals of the 2023 NCAA Wrestling Championships.
From North Dakota State, All-American
North Carolina's Austin O'Connor wins at 157. Missouri's Keegan O'Toole wins at 165.
All-American Josh Humphrey.
Announcing the All-Americans at 157 pounds right now.
All-American Levi Haynes. And the 2023 NCAA Division I National Champion at 157 pounds from North Carolina, Austin O'Connor.
Decent crowds, but still quite a few empty seats.
Yeah,
in this
lots and lots of empty seats in this arena tonight. I'm shocked by all the empty seats in this arena. I think that obviously, TV has a lot to do with that, And when you have the opportunity to watch it on TV and you're super high up, then, some of them probably just go home, watch it on TV. I don't know. I think there was more people here for the semifinals than there is for the Nationals
Feels
right
like
now.
it. I mean, even the chairs on the floor, normally those are packed full.
All-Americans at 157.
I think they said, I didn't look at the email today, but it's been running right around 15,000 is the attendance. So, a little bit lighter.
Ticket prices are higher this year, too, but it was such a tough ticket to get, at least for the Iowa fans. I know they shorted the Iowa section by a ton of tickets. Like, knocked off like 25% of our normal allotment off this year. And you could have obviously fit 25% of our normal allotment into this arena easily right now.
Yeah. 174 pounds, top seed Carter Starachi of Penn State, taking on the number 2 seed Mikey Labriola of Nebraska.
Mikey Labriola!
Labriola making his way out. Here comes Carter Starachi.
From Penn State, Carter Starachi!
Playing the theme from Halloween.
Is that what it is?
I think so, yeah.
For Starachi?
Yeah. Little Mike Myers. Missouri with 4 more points, so they have pretty well solidified 5th place. They've got 64.5 with their only finalist.
Yeah, they have solidified. I don't know. Arizona State has any in the finals, do they?
No.
Cornell. I can't catch Cornell. Missouri has no other finalists. Cornell's got, what, one finalist? Naruja? Two?
Yanni.
Oh, yeah, duh, Yanni. How can you forget Yanni?
Rematch of the Big Ten Finals here, won by Starace by a score of 6-1.
Yeah, pretty easily. I was surprised by that in the Big Ten Finals. I thought that would be a tougher matchup. I think it was really close in their dual meet during the season, but Big Ten Finals, Starace handled Labriola pretty easily.
They didn't wrestle during the season.
They didn't?
His titles in the last 2 seasons. This is his 3rd year.
A couple of Pennsylvania guys, one from Easton, one from Erie.
Oh, yeah, Labriola's from Pennsylvania too, huh?
Yep.
Labriola's, I think, a 6th-year senior.
Yeah.
What about Starace? Is he back next year?
Yes.
And Brooks? RBY is for sure not. Dean, I don't think
RBY and
is.
Dean are both gone. Otherwise, I think everybody else is available. Starace in a seatbelt right here, right on the edge of the mat. Now Labriola trying to go double overs, almost launched him, and Starace bailed out of that right on the edge.
Smartly. Casey Cunningham and Cale Sanderson in the corner for Starace. Brian Snyder. Manning. And what's that guy's name from?
Kokesh?
Kokesh, yeah. I was wanting to say Kirkish, but I knew that wasn't right. Kokesh used to have all those crazy wild matches with Evans.
Yeah. Starace's just, this is his 3rd final, he's a 2-time champion, 3rd appearance at the NCAAs. So I think, can't remember, did he wrestle as a true freshman in 21, or was he a redshirt, so he would technically get a COVID year?
I don't know.
I get so lost on who's got it, who doesn't, who qualifies, who doesn't. Starace, deep waist on the left side. Putting in a tough ride. Labriola still flat on the mat. Now looking for a quick tilt. Now Labriola to his feet. Trying to get that hand control. Starace drops through the crotch, trips him down on the edge. They go out of bounds. Labriola started this tournament, and I don't think he had just his singlet, socks, shoes, headgear. And as the rounds have progressed, now he's got a sleeve on his right knee, and he's got his left elbow all taped up. So wrestling's brutal in this tournament in particular.
Well, especially for as old as he is and gone through as much as he's gone through, you know.
Roll through attempt, and Starace holds him there. Oh, my goodness.
That's going to do it. Fall for Starace.
Wow. 2 minutes and 46 seconds. He knew it was coming, too. Labriola reached out and grabbed the leg, let go, and Starace sensed it. Labriola started to roll, and he just stuffed him. And there was not much Labriola could do to get off from there.
They just make it look easy, don't they, Steven?
Well, I was talking to somebody earlier. I said the same thing happened when Starace was wrestling Foka from Cornell in the semifinals last night. He got in on a single leg, and it was like he could sense that Foka was getting ready to try to somersault, because as he had it up, a lot of times, either guys will kind of go with or they'll, let go and try to follow. But it was weird because he, almost sagged his hips. And as he tried to somersault, he kind of blocked him from somersaulting with it, kind of stopped him there, and then was able to reach across and get the other leg. It's just a situation where they figure out what they need to do and do it in all those tough positions.
That wrestling is just such a feel, Such a feel. He's obviously got a great feel for the sport.
Yeah. U.S. Cellular on a mission to find us again by putting down our phones in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus. Another timeout. We'll be back with more from Tulsa. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Stock up on your big game essentials with Local Craft Cellar. Local Craft Cellar in Cedar Rapids is your one-stop shop, offering Eastern Iowa's best selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, plus Edgewood locker meats and a wide variety of Iowa-made products. At Local Craft Cellar, they have the stuff you won't find anywhere else. Stop by today at 7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Again, that's 7085 C Avenue Northeast. Please drink responsibly.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Hit a deer? Call Premier. Premier Automotive in North Liberty is Eastern Iowa's most trusted name in auto body repair. Our premier reputation is built on providing superior customer service, accurate estimates, and high-quality work. Our experienced staff guarantees your vehicle is restored and back on the road in no time. Premier Automotive in North Liberty or online at premierautoiowa.com. Drive safely, but if you hit a deer, call Premier.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
I want to go on the best game day beer run ever.
New route. Local Craft Cellar in Cedar Rapids.
Let's go.
For the best selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, the correct route is Local Craft Cellar. At Local Craft Cellar, find the drink of your choice and the unique items you won't find anywhere else. Plus, local Iowa specialties like your favorite Edgewood Locker brats.
You've reached your destination.
7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Local Craft Cellar, Eastern Iowa's best selection of craft beer. Please drink responsibly.
This is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling on AM 800 KXIC Iowa City.
Welcome back to the BOK Center, downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma.
They're missing. Who's sixth place at 165?
Hamity.
Oh, there he is.
Just got his way out there.
In seventh place, from North Dakota State.
74-pounder starting to sit over there, and I look over and I see Nelson Brand signing a hat for a kid.
That is the loaded weight class right there, Stephen.
Griffith, Hamity, Amin, Carr, O'Toole, Monday. And then even the two on the other side are guys that probably were a little unknown coming into the year.
In fourth place, from Michigan, All-American Cameron.
Who is that, Franek?
Yeah, Franek, or no, that's Caliendo.
From Princeton, All-American Quincy Monday.
Who's in eighth?
Olenek of Northern Illinois.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was the luck of the draw of the seeds right there, just kind of where they fell in the bracket, 7th and 8th.
Yeah.
You got Patrick Kennedy and Ramirez off that stage. You got those guys on there, just kind of luck of the draw where you fall.
Caliendo was the 7 seed. Yeah, Caliendo was the 7 seed coming in and finished 7th. Olnick was the 12, Amin the 11.
And All-American, take a turn and face the fans behind you.
So you had 4, 6, and 8 that didn't make it.
As you are an All-American. Once again, the All-Americans at 165 pounds.
Let's move those down here.
Well, I just watched and look at these guys' facial expressions and everything. You can tell, it really hit David Carr now. He just looks defeated big time, just by his expressions in his face. He's getting off that award stand. It's like being on that award stand, I think, really hit home. Like, one thing being in the moment and just knowing you didn't win, you're on the stage, wherever, but then, man, it takes a while sometimes to sink in, like, I'm really not on that top block.
184 pounds, Parker Hawkeyes, the number 1 seed from UNI, makes his way out, taking on the number 3 seed Aaron Brooks from Penn State. This was one of those weird weight classes where Hawkeyes lost to Trent Heidley. Heidley then was pinned by Hawkeyes, and Brooks lost to Marcus Coleman. So Brooks ended up third man out, but he came back and beat Heidley in the semifinals last night. I think these guys have wrestled 3 times before. I think the All-Star match this year was like 12-8. The other times, Jim Nelson from Waterloo Courier is next to us. It's got it out, and it looked like it was maybe like 6-5 and 3-2.
Well, I can tell you right now, Aaron Brooks is the number 3 seed, and Hawkeyes from UNI is the number 1 seed. But that's just happened to be how it worked out. But it's pretty much Aaron Brooks is the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
I mean, he's expected to win this match. I'm pretty sure you can bet on wrestling now, and if you can, I'm willing to bet a lot of people betting money on Aaron Brooks to win this match.
2-time national champion. See, it shows he's a 2-time champ. He was first teamer in 2020. So I believe he's got another year. He could come back if he wanted to. Stalemate. Get a fresh start.
Hawkeyes from Wisconsin, the home. Glendale, Wisconsin is originally where he's from.
Brooks from Hagerstown, Maryland.
How did Maryland let him slip away? What the heck?
Well, when we're there for Big Tens next year, second weekend in March, we'll see. We'll ask him about that.
North Hagerstown High School. Big Ten champion.
I don't even know the Maryland coach's name, do you?
Isn't that Clemson? Isn't he that the one we were talking about?
Clemson?
Alex Clemson.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know his name.
We were talking about him at Big Tens.
I don't remember his name again. I mean, you think you just know everybody. I just don't know anything about that guy. I don't even know if he wrestled. I
think he did.
I'm
talk about this
assuming
match, and I'll do some.
I assume he had to have.
I'll do some research here.
Yeah, the Big Ten's going to be in Maryland next year. The Nationals are going to be in Kansas City. Should have a lot of Hawk fans down in Kansas City next year. Should have a really good team next year. We don't know what it's going to entail for sure, but hopefully we're going to have a Drake Ayala, healthy Drake Ayala, back in the lineup next year. Teskey back in the lineup next year. Real Woods coming back next year. 49, I don't know what's going to happen at 49. Brooks has a wizard right now. Hawkeyes, and he's in on a shot also. Hawkeyes trying to turn out of it, and he's going to end up probably getting taken down here. Brooks doing a great job on the edge, elevates the leg up in the air, pulling Hawkeyes back into the middle. Then he just uses his arm to kind of dump him down to the mat for a 2-point takedown. So with 25 seconds left to go here in this first period, this would be a good opportunity here for Brooks to really take a commanding lead into the second period with 2-0. Some good riding time built up. And Hawkeyes up to his feet, trying to get an escape. Not going to be able to do it. They're going to go back to the center with only 5 seconds left on the clock here in the first period.
I know I saw it in here, but I can't find it in the table of contents, so I'm just scrolling quickly. Looking for a fresh start down there.
Caution on Hawkeyes for starting early, trying to get an advantage here with only 5 seconds to go, trying to get an escape.
It says Alex Clemson wrestled at Edinburgh. I was thinking he also wrestled at Maryland.
Say if he's an All-American or anything?
That's in a different section that I was actually looking for, but I found the team ones first. Little of this, little of that.
Place winners at 174 pounds.
Here it is.
Place winners at 174 pounds.
Alex Clemson, Edinburgh, 2-time qualifier, round of 12, and then finished in 4th. So he qualified 4 times, finished 4th. So he was a 1-time All-American. Escape for Hawkeyes to start the second period.
You know what that means?
Not exactly. It's just the money line on.
I don't know what that means, Dylan.
I never fully understand. I just know that if it's a negative number, that means that you lose money because they pick him to win. So he's favored. Brooks gets another takedown, take a 4-1 lead.
My nephew Dylan sent me the over-under line on that, but I don't even know how to read it. That's how much of a gambler I am. I don't even know what that means. Brooks obviously the favorite.
I've placed 2 sports bets in my life, and that's when I turned 21 and went to Vegas, and I put $10 on the Cubs to win the National League and on the Bears to win the NFC. I came home $20 lighter. That never paid out for me, so. 4-1.
Stick to wrestling broadcasting, Steven.
Yep.
Cubs and the Bears probably aren't going to be your best bets.
I think that was
or
a year.
find new teams.
So that would have been 2001. I think the Cubs were okay, not great. I think they were at least challenging for a playoff spot. And I think that was a year that the Bears did make the playoffs and got beat early. So
Casey Cunningham, Cale Sanderson in the corner for Aaron Brooks. Doug Schwab, Coach Pugh in the corner for Hawkeyes.
So it says here that he was actually an assistant for 5 years at Missouri before going to Maryland. Also coached at Virginia for a little bit. From Missouri originally. Was at Edinburgh his whole career, though, so. 20 seconds to go, second period. Brooks of Penn State has a 4-2 lead right now over Northern Iowa's Parker Hawkeyes. The second period is going to come to an end. And it will be a 4-2 lead for Brooks. He will get his choice to start down. Test after test, in field after field, we're tougher on our corn hybrids than ever before. Pioneer brand corn hybrids are field proven and ready for yours. Talk with your local Pioneer sales representative to learn more. Caution on Hawkeyes starting early. That's his third, so that'll be a point. That makes it 5-2. No caution that time as Brooks up to his feet. Hawkeyes trying to come over the head. Brooks hand control out for the escape, so that makes it 6-2, plus he's got riding time. attempt by Hawkeyes. Can't remember which local rider it was. Might have been Cody. Can't remember for sure. Cody Goodwin. Maybe KJ. One of them, though, had put out a message that this was the first time since 2005 that Iowa, Iowa State, and UNI each had a finalist at the NCAA in the same year.
Who's that? What now?
I'm pretty sure it was Cody. Had tweeted earlier. Let's see if I can find it. This is the first time since 2005 that Iowa, Iowa State, and UNI have had a finalist in the same year. Inside of a minute to go here at 184 pounds.
Hawkeyes gonna have to go for something big. He's down by 5 points. 40 seconds to go in the match. He's got to be thinking big, and this is exactly why, which we've talked a little bit about. I know we talked about Warner, but this is why you don't want to only just always practice leg attacks, but you got to practice upper body stuff. And there's a nice shot right there by Aaron Brooks. He's looking to get another takedown, but didn't. He can just kind of let go of it right there. You want to try upper body type stuff. You want to know, like, I think Greco-Roman's really good. It was really smart for young kids to wrestle Greco-Roman and know how to throw and know how to go big, headlocks and lateral drops and different things, to bear hugs and body locks and stuff like that, so that when you need to go big, you have to go big. You can go big. 2 points isn't just going to do it for you. But you also have to practice, just a regular normal takedown of how to finish, but finish taking the guy to his back versus just kind of taking the easy two as well, too. But you have to work that stuff.
Brooks does win, 7-2. Another 4 points for the Nittany Lions. Shaking hands with everybody.
Aaron Brooks' faith very, very strong. Actually, David Carr is sitting down the right in his corner giving him a hug right now. Both of them wearing 100% Jesus headbands on their heads. It's nice of David Carr to be there and support him. Really good
Especially
friends.
just after losing in the finals.
I know, I tell you what. That's pretty impressive.
Dodge Street Tire and Auto, locally owned and operated and voted best of the area for the 10th consecutive year, proudly supports Hawkeye Wrestling. Trust Dodge Street Tire for honest auto repair and the best deals on Goodyear and Toyo tires. Dodge Street Tire and Auto, celebrating over 30 good years on the corner of Dodge and Church Streets in Iowa City. Another timeout. We'll be back with more from Tulsa, the BOK Center, and the 2023 NCAA Wrestling Championships right after this. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Stock up on your big game essentials with Local Craft Cellar. Local Craft Cellar in Cedar Rapids is your one-stop shop, offering Eastern Iowa's best selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, plus Edgewood locker meats and a wide variety of Iowa-made products. At Local Craft Cellar, they have the stuff you won't find anywhere else. Stop by today at 7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Again, that's 7085 C Avenue Northeast. Please drink responsibly.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. My name is Denali.
And I'm Briley.
We're still members of your Iowa Hawkeye softball team. During the offseason, conditioning is number one.
At Iowa City Tire and Service, they keep our cars in top running condition year-round.
And they treat their customers like family. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Proud sponsors of Hawkeye softball.
Iowa City Tire and Service, where service actually comes first. Go Hawks! Woo-hoo!
I'm in a test plot near Portageville, Missouri that's dedicated to new Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans. Row to row, it looks impressive. But what's more impressive is what you can't see with the naked eye. Exclusive and elite Pioneer genetics. And the performance makes it anything but a regular Enlist E3 soybean. From field to lab, Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans are like no other. I'm here for Pioneer brand seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here, in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Hit a deer? Call Premier. Premier Automotive in North Liberty is Eastern Iowa's most trusted name in auto body repair. Our premier reputation is built on providing superior customer service, accurate estimates, and high-quality work. Our experienced staff guarantees your vehicle is restored and back on the road in no time. Premier Automotive in North Liberty or online at premierautoiowa.com. Drive safely, but if you hit a deer, call Premier.
This is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling on AM 800 KXIC Iowa City.
174-pound All-Americans just receiving their medals, trophies, including Iowa's Nelson Brands, 5th place at 174. Came in as the number 11 seed. Get ready for 197 pounds. Top seed Nino Bonacorsi from Pittsburgh. South Dakota State's number 7 seed Tanner Sloan, hailing from Alburnett, Iowa.
I got goosebumps right now.
Little We Will Rock You, bringing him out.
Tanner Sloan. Going with the Spencer Lee song as well. Some We Will Rock You. Look at Tanner Sloan coming out here up onto the big stage in the national finals. It's so cool to see.
His opponent.
They've got the attendance figures, Mark. Session 1, 15-1. Session 2, 15-3. 15-5. 15-694. This morning was 16,698. Tonight, 16,855. 95,000 the total over the course of the tournament.
I don't think these guys have ever wrestled before. I don't know.
I don't believe so, no.
Bonacorsi.
Bonacorsi out of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania.
I remember.
Runner-up in 2021.
They were saying last night when he wrestled in the semifinals match, who was he wrestling?
Laird of Ryder.
Laird of Ryder. Both those, neither one of those guys, they're in the semifinals against each other. Neither one of those guys won a state high school title championship. Weren't even state champions in high school, but here both of them were in the semifinals of Division I Nationals, and Bonacorsi is second time into the national championships. Both these guys, royal blue and yellow for their colors.
One of the few times that it's nice that a team has different singlets, because yesterday they had like identical, except for the logo on the front. But Bonacorsi and Pitt, they've got yellow on the leg part, so basically hips down, and then the blue up top.
It's pretty cool. Jason Bryant just announced where they're from. And he said Tanner Sloan from Alburnett, Iowa.
Proud Pirate. Now
Clayton,
a Jackrabbit.
Clayton Rush, the coach there, he's watching intently along with the whole entire Alburnett community.
Both these guys really long and lean, 97-pounders.
And seeming how they have never wrestled each other before, they're probably going to want to take this first period, just kind of feel each other out a little bit. Not really sure what to bring and think of someone when they're new, haven't wrestled them yet.
What kinds of things do you try to do? Like, what would you do if you were wrestling somebody for the first time?
You know, obviously you want to watch the film, see where they're good at. There's a nice shot right there by Bonacorsi, a nice sweep single head to the inside. Has Tanner draped over the back of him right now, and Tanner's trying to scramble here. Both these wrestlers are really good scramble-type wrestlers. They're really, both of them are gritty, just they don't like to give up anything. You're going to have to work to score it on them. But you just want to look at what somebody's tendencies are, kind of like what their go-to shot is, like what do they like to do on top, which side do they want to ride, what do they do off the bottom. They're more of a stand-up, sit-out type of guy if they like to roll. Nice job by Tanner Sloan coming out here trying to turn this into his own points here. He should be getting neutral danger
count.
Throw a freaking cube.
They're thinking about it.
That should have totally been. Even all the fans are like, not booing, but like going, oh, my Lord, that should have been neutral danger right there for Tanner Sloan.
This ref has been slow on the call all weekend.
Cody Caldwell and Damian Hahn in the corner for Tanner Sloan.
Champion was in 2008. That was won by current head coach Keith Gavin. All the Jackrabbits with
Tanner Sloan with a cut on his forehead. Looks like a gash on his forehead. They're going to have to stop this one. Nice shot right there by Tanner Sloan. Lifts it up into the air, trying to finish here in bounds, and he does. 2-point takedown. Tanner Sloan. Nice. Beautiful, beautiful shot. And the good thing was he didn't wrestle down on his knees with it. He elevated the leg up into the air and got the takedown right away. 18 seconds left to go here in the first period. This will be a big ride for Tanner. Bonacorsi up to his feet. Tanner picks him up, puts him down. Tanner's tough on top. Good rider.
Bonacorsi trying to get that hand control.
6 seconds. And
Tanner's
Tanner's
not
going to
the
be able. Oh, he does.
Hanging on to that leg by a fingernail.
That is Tanner Sloan right there. What he just did right there, that's what makes Tanner Sloan Tanner Sloan. He's just so stinking gritty and just tough. Just a tough, tough farm kid. He just... Man, nothing spectacular, nothing special, nothing flashy.
Blue collar. Caution on Bonacorsi starting early. You'd stepped out for a second. You missed. Hawkeyes got called 3 times. He gave up a point for cautions on the start. Sloan works up to his feet. Bonacorsi riding around on the right side, pulling him back down.
But of course he's tough on top too. This is where he's really good as the top position.
Tanner turning back towards the center, trying to crawl back in. Bonacorsi pinching the ankle. Sloan trying to get that hand control.
Up to his feet.
Bonacorsi comes around, trying to trip him down. Tanner turns back in, grabbing an ankle. Bonacorsi throwing a leg in-ish. Now just standing there. Now Tanner gets out for the escape.
Nice job. I like seeing that. I like to see Bonacorsi let him go. That means to me, shows to me that.
And Bonacorsi hits a nice shot right there.
Oh, he's going to take Tanner down here probably. Tanner turning into him, trying to fight this off. Bonacorsi does a great job. Gets the angle, trips him up, takes him down right on the edge. Nice takedown right there for Bonacorsi.
Makes the score 3-2 now. 50 seconds remain in the second period. Riding time 30 seconds and counting for Bonacorsi.
Got to get off to one side or the other here. He's riding parallel. He's over both legs. Make him move off to one side here.
Tanner arching the back, trying to get that base built underneath of him. They slide out of bounds. 30 seconds to go. Win some sweet seats for a Minnesota Timberwolves game in Minneapolis. Enter non-winning Money Madness or Tripler scratch tickets in the VIP club. Find more info at ialottery.com.
This is huge for Tanner Sloan this next 30 seconds. He needs an escape. It'd be nice to get in the next 12 seconds, but he has to get an escape in these 30 seconds here. Bonacorsi's so strong in that top position.
Tanner to his feet. Bonacorsi trips him down on the edge. Standing switch rather. As he gets tripped down. Riding time up over a minute. Sloan from South Dakota State. Trying to get that hand control right on the edge. And it looks like Bonacorsi is going to be able to ride him out. So he'll take 1:17 of riding time into the third. Sloan leads 3-2. Bonacorsi's going to choose neutral.
We're going neutral.
Oh, that's not.
I think Tanner's so good on top.
Yeah, essentially it's tied. Tanner's going to need a takedown here.
Hands down, move your feet. Bonacorsi with the shot. Sloan sprawls back. Another shot, front headlock. Tanner tried to get around behind, then a snap. Bonacorsi just got Tanner out of sorts right there. Tanner did the splits, and he stepped off the edge. Head back to the center. Tanner's looking just a little tired, Mark.
Yeah, he is. His feet are starting to look heavy. He needs a takedown here. Bonacorsi looks really good, really fresh, quick. Tanner's putting his hands on his knees right now. He needs to figure out a way to get back to the leg of Bonacorsi here. There's a shot right there by Bonacorsi. We reacted. We're just kind of on the defense right here, but takedown. We need a takedown here.
Bonacorsi, another shot. Front head trying to get around behind. Another reshot there by Bonacorsi. Gets in pretty deep. Head to the inside. Dumps Tanner over. Tanner reaching back trying to grab the ankle and has to bail out. That's going to make it a 4-3 lead for Bonacorsi plus riding time.
45 seconds to go in regulation.
Come on, Tanner. This is where Bonacorsi's so good, this top position. Yeah, Tanner just got a little bit fatigued in this match and stopped moving his feet, and you could tell his reactions were really slow when Bonacorsi was coming at him. Bonacorsi just going to ride him out here in the last 20 seconds of this match. Not much Tanner can do with Bonacorsi riding him like he is, and Bonacorsi is going to win this one by a score of 5-3. Dang it.
Tanner Sloan, first time All-American. Does it as a runner-up.
And we hear the crowd say, "Hail to Pitt, your winner."
Nino Bonacorsi is your winner.
Nino Bonacorsi.
Well, credit to Tanner Sloan. I tell you what, I'm super proud of that kid right there. Super proud of that kid. 6-year senior. He's gone through a lot of shoulder injuries, rib injuries. Hang your head high. Get your head up there, kid. A lot to be proud of, Tanner Sloan.
We will step out and take a timeout. We'll be back with the heavyweights. Working our way through back to 149 where we'll wrap things up. You're listening to the 2023 NCAA Wrestling Championships. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Maxwell, he was scratching and losing some hair. My vet, she says, "Oh, he must be allergic to chicken." Another vet said, "Eat the grain." Third vet said, "It's the weather." And then somebody said,
DINOVITE.com.
It took 2 weeks, and the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. The Dynovite is a big part of Maxwell's diet.
You get some Dynovite, how happy your dog will be.
DINOVITE.com.
I want to go on the best game day beer run ever.
New route. Local craft cellar in Cedar Rapids.
Let's go.
For the best selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, the correct route is Local Craft Cellar. At Local Craft Cellar, find the drink of your choice and the unique items you won't find anywhere else. Plus, local Iowa specialties like your favorite Edgewood Locker brats.
You've reached your destination.
7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Local Craft Cellar, Eastern Iowa's best selection of craft beer. Please drink responsibly.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Hit a deer? Call Premier. Premier Automotive in North Liberty is Eastern Iowa's most trusted name in auto body repair. Our premier reputation is built on providing superior customer service, accurate estimates, and high-quality work. Our experienced staff guarantees your vehicle is restored and back on the road in no time. Premier Automotive in North Liberty or online at premierautoiowa.com. Drive safely, but if you hit a deer, call Premier.
Stock up on your big game essentials with Local Craft Cellar. Local Craft Cellar in Cedar Rapids is your one-stop shop, offering Eastern Iowa's best selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, plus Edgewood Locker meats and a wide variety of Iowa-made products. At Local Craft Cellar, they have the stuff you won't find anywhere else. Stop by today at 7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Again, that's 7085 C Avenue Northeast. Please drink responsibly.
This is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling on AM 800 KXIC Iowa City.
184-pound All-Americans being recognized right now.
From NC State, All-American Trent Hidley. In third place.
Abe Assad coming up short. Trying to remember, where did Abe lose? Second round consolation, so he was.
All-American Parker Kekaisen.
He needed to win 2 more to get to the round of 12 from where he was at.
National champion from Penn State.
Aaron Brooks, a 3-timer, along with Carter Starachi.
My nephew Dylan just texted me and said that Tanner actually does have 1 more year left for COVID, and he's going to come back next year.
That's good.
And All-Americans, turn around and greet your fans behind
Bonacorsi, I don't know about.
Well, it's weird because sometimes you'll see him listed in a program as a redshirt senior. Others still just say senior, even if it's their redshirt. You know, they've used their COVID year. Some say redshirt senior, meaning they have redshirted, but they haven't used COVID yet. Getting ready for the heavyweights, top seed Mason Paris of Michigan taking on the number 3 seed Great Kirkfleet of Penn State.
Big match here.
Paris has won both times this year that they wrestled. In the dual meet, 3-1 was the score back in January, and then in the Big Ten Finals, 5-3.
What do we got, a halftime show going on now?
Must have an intermission going on, yeah.
All right, look at this. It's going to be some snare drums. I love the snare drums.
Drums are awesome.
Tell Nelly to video this. I love this. Love snares. This is going to be cool. You watch. If I was ever in the band and I was talented enough to play the drums, this is what I'd play right here.
And ladies and gentlemen,
I don't have good enough rhythm.
the Thunder Drummer.
The Thunder Drummers. All right, this is going to be cool.
Got 1 bass drum.
What's neat about this is when you watch these guys, if they're really good, they're going to like hit each other's drums, throw their sticks up in the air, twirl them, do all kinds of different stuff. At least the guys in my high school could do that. They were awesome at it.
So back to my whole earlier today, we were talking about the music, and you were surprised to find out I'm a Metallica guy.
Yeah.
One of the Metallica concerts I went to, Godsmack opened for him. And the lead singer for Godsmack got into a drum-off with the drummer, but the lead singer was using bongos. So he was using bongos with his hand, and then the drummer was going on the trap set, and they would just go back and forth. And
that's cool. That's
really cool
that's
experience.
Some serious talent.
I don't remember anything about the Metallica part of that concert, but I remember that from Godsmack, and that was pretty cool. Thunder Drummers, I'm assuming from here in the Tulsa area.
Yeah, I'm assuming so too.
Or I guess, let me look through the binos here. Probably Oklahoma City, because that's, after I look at it, that's the Oklahoma City Thunder NBA team. That's their logo. And those are their colors and everything. So, guessing they probably perform at the basketball games on a regular basis.
I'm having a halftime show down here with Jim Gibbons and Jordan Burroughs with the drummers in the background.
So Real Woods against Andrew Alirez a little bit later on. Saw something earlier. I think he's only given up, Alirez has only given up like 1 takedown and 2 offensive points. Or maybe no takedowns and 2 offensive points all season long. So going to be key for Real Woods to
Well, he hasn't
get to
wrestled
his
Real
offense.
Woods before.
Real Woods on the bus coming back from the hotel when I was there. Kind of like he was last night coming back for the semifinals. Just kind of relaxed. Not too worried about stuff, it didn't seem like. Hopefully Real is able to come through and get the job done. It's always hard this time of year, Mark, because we said the season just flies by, and before you know it, we are done. And now all of a sudden we need to start looking ahead to next year. You kind of touched on it earlier. And obviously, Spencer Lee's going to be gone at 125.
Yeah, I started going through that lineup. Teskey, I hopefully a healthy Drake Aiello will be in that lineup, and he'll be a huge addition and a huge plus to our team as well. There, he'll take over for Spencer Lee. And then 33, Brody Teskey coming back. 41, Real Woods coming back. 49, I don't know. That's where it gets kind of tricky. You got Cody Chittum going to be coming in there. Wherever he falls into place is going to be, I've watched him wrestle before, and that guy is a goer.
Yeah.
A goer. You talk about Iowa-style type wrestling. Whew. Cody Chittum is going to bring it.
Before the Okie State duel, I was up. He was getting ready because he went over to Egypt, and he and Alex Marinelli were wrestling. And that was an impressive show, those two getting after it.
And Marinelli's a lot bigger than Chittum, too.
Yeah.
So Chittum could be 49 or 57, and then you got Kobe Seabreck in there at 57. But Kobe Seabreck also has to get healthy, too. We'll never know what's going to happen with Seabreck and his shoulder and where he's going to be at next year. Then, obviously, 65, you've got
Patrick
Kennedy coming back, which is absolutely awesome. And then 74, you got Nelson Brands coming back, and then you also have Gabe Arnold that's going to be in the mix there. 84, Abe Assad. 97, my guess is Glazier right now. And then
Glazier and Franklin. I think
Franklin.
Those two are kind of duel it out.
Kobe Franklin, and then heavyweight, you got Tony Cassiope. So we're gonna have a darn good lineup going into Kansas City next year. Just the biggest thing is to try and keep everybody healthy. That's the big thing.
Hey, we got some guys up in the gym.
Stay healthy. And this tournament was the healthiest we've been all year long. Coming into this tournament, this is the healthiest we've been all year long. This was the healthiest Spencer Lee has been since he's probably stepped foot on the University of Iowa campus, in my opinion, except for maybe when he was a true freshman. But, look what happens when Nelson Brands kind of gets healed up.
Yeah.
He started out the year all banged up and stuff and didn't get a chance to wrestle that much and gained some conditioning, gained some confidence throughout the season and kept getting healthier and healthier. Need to get Abe Assad completely healed up, feeling good. Get Abe Assad some more offense.
Before he got hurt, Abe felt like he was wrestling some of the best of his career. And then he got pinned and had the elbow injury at Wisconsin, and it kind of slowed him way back down. And understandable when you're not 100%, but like you say, hopefully get him healthy and try to get him back on the attack because that's a tough weight class there. Kind of like we've talked about too. A lot of these guys, it's not just here Drake Ayala, it's your spot. Here Brody Teske, you're still going to be the guy at 133. It's what can you do to prove to us and solidify your spot that not only are you the guy for the Iowa Hawkeyes, but you're going to be a guy that's going to put the rest of the country on notice, be able to start working now. Start working tonight and figuring out where are your weaknesses. What do you need to do? What do you need to try to work on to get better? Like we said with Tony Cassiope, work on getting out from underneath. Work on not getting cradled. Work on turning from the left side so that guys can't just defend one way, but you start to diversify a little bit and find some new opportunities, new ways to put points on the board.
What are you going to bring new to the table for next year that, is going to throw guys off and give guys fits and didn't expect? You got to train in the off season too and think about, you're not training to wrestle for the Iowa Hawkeyes. You're training to win national titles. If you're just training to make the lineup, then you're more likely not going to be a national champion. Unless you have to go through the likes of, that might be a situation where, Gabe Arnold and Nelson Brands are fighting it out. Carter Strach is coming back next year, though. So, he's going to be back. So, I think Strach
I believe he is, yeah.
Kirkley and RBY for sure.
Dean. I think Kirkley gets another year.
I'm sorry. Kirkley's going to be back, and Brooks is going to be back, and I think Strachey's going to be back. So three of Penn State's finalists are going to be back.
Yeah.
Comes Mason Paris out here right now.
Well, no, they got 4, don't they? Haynes will be back.
Oh, I forgot about Haynes.
Yeah.
Dang. So they got 4 finalists coming back. 4 finalists coming back.
Right now, get ready for the heavyweights. One of those finalists that will be back, Greg Kirkfleet for the Nittany Lions, taking on top-seeded Mason Paris of Michigan. Said Paris has won both matchups this year. A couple of big dudes getting after it.
Yeah, they are.
And they're not like big, bulky, let's do sumo Chris Taylor style. These are big, athletic dudes. And there's a nice snatch single by Kirkfleet against Paris. Paris throwing the whizzer in.
Paris has owned Kirkfleet this year.
Kirkfleet trying to pull Paris back to the center.
But this is where Paris has gotten good. Look at him fight that off.
Then
now he comes into his own shot.
To a carry.
Him.
And takes him down to his back. And Kirkfleet pops off. No near falls. Wow. How often do you see a heavyweight hit a carry like that?
I'll tell you right now, Paris has taken his level of wrestling to like a whole nother level throughout this season. Like he has really, really gained a lot of confidence, a lot of to his arsenal. He's just so much more offensive. He hits good, solid shots. He continues to keep shooting. He has been fun to watch. He's gotten great, obviously, judging from the Cassiope match last night. He's gotten really good in the top position. We're going to see that against Kirkfleet right now, too. Even the way he fought that shot off by Kirkfleet, he wouldn't have done that last year.
No.
And this is a perfect example of how you continue to grow and to continue to improve as a wrestler from one year to the next. And I don't know if it was just a mental thing now that, because once Gable Stevenson, was done, so then it's like, hey, that excited him. Now I'm going to really start working. I want that, and I'm not just going to coast through this. I want to keep going, use that as motivation. I don't know, but Paris has taken his wrestling to another level big time this year.
1:38 to go, first period. 2-0 is the lead for Paris. He's at 51 seconds of riding time. They go out of bounds, get a fresh start. Paris still riding Kirkfleet. Kirkfleet to his feet. Paris pinches the ankle, trips him back down, chops the arm, roll through attempt there by Kirkfleet. He comes out with Paris's leg.
The only way Kirkfleet's going to beat Paris if he catches him on his back somewhere and gets some near falls. He's not going to beat him straight up. Just takedown for takedown,
Stalemate. Kirkfleet still in the bottom position.
Paris, I believe, graduates.
Yeah, I think he's done. First team All-American 2020. Runner-up in 2021. Fifth place in 2022. Suck back right there, looking for some near falls. Couldn't quite get him all the way. Paris trying to lever the triceps. Now just chops that left arm.
What's going to be interesting to see? It's going to be very interesting to see what Penn State does at 125 pounds. Who are they going to go get out of the portal?
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to stick with Gary Steen without having a qualifier, or do you think they'll get somebody out of the portal?
They got Robbie Howard that was banged up this year. He's a highly touted guy. I think he was going to be their starter, and then he got hurt. There's Paris getting a chicken wing in.
Well, could you imagine if he had them? He was in the lineup. I don't know who Robbie Howard even is, but if he's like anybody else, look at what Van Ness did this year.
Yeah.
Look what Haynes did this year. And then don't forget Bartlett.
Paris trying to run this chicken wing over. Just 10 seconds left in the period. Kirkfleet just based out, bellied out.
Kirkfleet has nothing for Paris. I'm telling you right now, the only way Kirkfleet beats Paris is catches him sleeping somewhere and catches him on his back.
Paris going to go down. Funny, I think he looked over. Pretty sure it looked like Bourmet said go down, and Kevin Jackson's crossing his hands like defer. Up to his feet. Kirkfleet tries to trip him back down, staying onto the hips. Paris now just gets out as he had the hand control. 3-0 in the lead. 2:22 of riding time for Mason Paris. Paris snaps to circle back towards the center. Kirkfleet. Pressure pushing into Paris. Hovering over on the edge. Now Kirkfleet coming across with the underhook. They circle out of... How?
Oh, my gosh.
How?
They did the same thing to him in the Big Tens, too, called him for stalling.
Throw the underhook. Got the overhook, and he circles out, or circles back in, but he gets called for stalling.
He just pushed him out.
Yeah. That was the other ref that said he was going to make some bad decisions this weekend. So,
was he in the elevator with us?
Yeah, 44 was. I would say the bald one, but they're both bald.
Well, they're both these guys, both the side and the head were in the.
I don't think the side one was.
That's not him?
I don't think so.
Tell me, are you serious? That looks just like that same one.
Similar, but I don't think it's his.
Look at him in the binos. That's him.
Maybe it is.
I'm telling you that's him.
Maybe these are the two. That was Thursday. That's been a while ago. 20 seconds to go here in the second period. Heavyweight championship match. Mason Paris of Michigan, a 3-0 lead with 2:22 of riding time against Greg Kirkfleet of Penn State. Paris wins this. Michigan would jump into 6th place ahead of Arizona State.
Well, going in third period, Paris leads this one 3-0 with over 2 minutes of riding time. Kirkley chooses down. Michigan did not have the tournament, or the Big Tens for that matter, that they probably thought that they were going to have. They finished here 7th, but a win by Mason Parrish here will put them in front of Arizona State for 6th. Ohio State up to 3rd. But Cornell can easily surpass them as they have 2 finalists, and Ruja and Demakahalis. So Cornell is more than likely going to pass Ohio State for 3rd.
Paris capping that ankle. Now they're going to stop. Looks like Greg's knee got tweaked a little bit. So Mark, obviously, with Spencer Lee getting beat last night, now the talk has been figuring out who the front runner for the Hodge Trophy is. A lot of people said David Carr coming through that 65-pound weight class, but then he gets beat. So I think it kind of boils down to Roman Bravo Young and Mason Parris seem to be the 2 most dominant.
Yeah. Or do you let someone in there with a loss? I mean, right now that's not in the criteria, like a Yanni. But then when you look at his statistics of majors, techs, and falls for bonus points, I don't think Yanni will even be close to being in there. Now, you can't look at Yanni because he's Yanni Demakahalis going for the 4th title.
Right.
It's only 4 this year. So let's say Yanni Demakahalis, this is his first year ever wrestling in the NCAAs. He hasn't won any NCAAs. That's how you have to look at it. And he has a loss. And his bonus point statistics aren't the greatest, so there's, I mean, right there, he's out of the running for the Dan Hodge Award. But do you put a guy like, I'm looking at the 65-pound class, do you put a guy like Keegan O'Toole? He's got 2 losses, but to the same person, that's David Carr, and his bonus points were, like, off the charts.
Yeah.
But you look at the weight class he has where you have a national champion in David Carr in the weight class, national champion of Griffith in the weight class. That's a tough weight class. So I think right now, looking at off the top of my head, I think Mason Parrish would be probably your candidate for when you look at the statistics of bonus points, because RBY doesn't have the bonus points statistics as what a guy like
Paris
has. And then the other thing is, too, you look at the weight class. You look at the Big Ten, the conferences he's in. That's a tough conference at heavyweight in that weight class.
Well, after the injury time, Paris gets to choose down. Gets called for stalling because he can't get out. Now Kirkfleet intentionally releases him. Point for riding time is going to do it. Mason Parris has done it. He has won the national championship. 5-1 the win over Greg Kirkfleet.
Your winner from Michigan, Mason Parris.
Main Street Sweets has been serving great ice cream and food in the heart of downtown West Branch for over 10 years, offering great burgers, tenderloins, cheese balls, and more, along with many awesome ice cream treats. Order online, call ahead, or stop in to visit. Main Street Sweets, owned and operated by my wife Jessica and me, on the web at mainstreetsweetswb.com. We will take a timeout. We will come back with more from Tulsa and the VOK Center. The 2023 NCAA Wrestling Championships right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
I want to go on the best game day beer run ever.
New route. Local craft cellar in Cedar Rapids.
Let's go.
For the best selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, the correct route is Local Craft Cellar. At Local Craft Cellar, find the drink of your choice and the unique items you won't find anywhere else. Plus, local Iowa specialties like your favorite Edgewood Locker brats.
You've reached your destination.
7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Local Craft Cellar, Eastern Iowa's best selection of craft beer. Please drink responsibly.
I'm in an area called trade integration at Pioneer. So what's the trade being integrated? The Enlist E3 trade for soybeans. And what's it being integrated with? Ah, that's the big news. The Enlist E3 trait is now integrated with Pioneer's own exclusive and elite genetics. They're called Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans. And there are no other soybeans like it on the market. Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, like no other.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Maxwell, he was scratching and losing some hair. My vet, she says, oh, he must be allergic to chicken. Another vet said, eat the drain. Third vet said, it's the weather. Then somebody said, DINOVITE.com. It took 2 weeks, and the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. The Dinovite is a big part of Maxwell's diet.
You get some Dinovite, how happy your dog will be.
DINOVITE.com.
Stock up on your big game essentials with Local Craft Cellar. Local Craft Cellar in Cedar Rapids is your one-stop shop, offering Eastern Iowa's best selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, plus Edgewood locker meats and a wide variety of Iowa-made products. At Local Craft Cellar, they have the stuff you won't find anywhere else. Stop by today at 7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Again, that's 7085 C Avenue Northeast. Please drink responsibly.
This is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling on AM 800 KXIC Iowa City.
Back at the BOK Center in Tulsa. Stephen Grace and Mark Ironside as they get ready to announce the 197-pound All-Americans, including Jacob Warner at 5th place. 4th time on the medal stand for Jacob Warner. NCAA runner-up last year. It's kind of a weird year for Jacob Warner this year, Mark. I mean, just didn't seem like he was the same guy, 100% there, kind of the middle part of the year, but was able to turn it on at this tournament and find himself under the podium.
You know, there's a lot of talk about, you know, how much backlash that he caught on the social media stuff from fans and stuff like that or whatever. But at the same time, that's the element that you're in when you step foot in an arena, basically, in today's world with social media. But you know, if what's hard to swallow sometimes is you know what he's capable of doing, and you've watched him wrestle in the past, and for whatever reason, he was not wrestling up to his capabilities this season, and it was really frustrating to see because we know that you're a lot better than this, and just the style of his wrestling and so forth, and he got upset with, you know, a lot of that stuff too, and he struggled with that as well. But then somewhere along the line, he started turning things around, going into the Big Tens, and then he carried over into the Nationals and put together a great tournament and showed how good that he can be. Now, if we could just find that magic genie bottle to be able to tell us how do you get this out of the athletes and find their full capability at all times, every time they step foot on the mat, that is the magic secret. You know, I mean, it's hard. It's especially in a sport like wrestling where there's so many things that go on behind the scenes and your health and how you're feeling and your nutrition and so forth or whatever. But it's tough. But I'm happy, really, really happy for Jacob Warner how he ended his career on a W and on the All-American stand. So it's a good exit for him. Here comes 125-pounder. It's going to be Pat Gloria and Matt Ramos.
Pat Glory coming out carrying the U.S. flag. A little Toby Keith brought to you by the red, white, and blue.
How's about that? Having a last name of Glory come out to red, white, and blue. Toby Keith carrying the American flag. I got goosebumps right now. That's just cool.
Yeah.
I don't have a fight in the dog here, and I tell you what, that Pat Glory just way he came out to that song carrying the American flag, last name being Glory. That's pretty cool.
Taking on Matt Ramos, the number 4 seed, shocked the world last night by pinning Spencer Lee. And
He's come sprinting. He ain't walking out. He comes sprinting out of the tunnel. I'm not familiar with this song.
Yeah, I didn't recognize it.
These guys are going to get after it, though. This is going to be a good match.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun to watch. Oh, shit. I caught it.
We had to bring a lamp in because it was so dark, and Mark just tried to
Take
knock out
some
a
Penn
Penn
State
State
fans
fan.
with it. That wasn't on purpose.
Riley wants to know what magic potions you're talking about.
You know, when you rub like a genie bottle or whatever, and magic happens, and then all the potions come out, and you know, there's like smoke coming out. The magic potions.
Yeah. I think that's just her way of saying she's listening and wishes she was here. Glory in on a shot right now on Ramos. Ramos scrambling, though.
Turning this into his own offense. Trying to, anyway. He's got Glory's leg right now.
Tries to dump him down. Probably going to go to a stalemate here, and they do.
Yeah, make sure we take that lamp back with us to
Yeah, I know.
return it to the hotel room. It's kind of nice. Really nice lamp, actually.
Flexible. It's got 3 different levels.
Yeah. That's...
Glory in on another shot there on Ramos. It actually works well for where we're at because you can kind of shine the light down just on a table where you're at and not make it just glow everywhere. Ramos rolling through again off of that shot. Comes back out front.
Glory in on the leg of Ramos now. Elevates it way high up in the air. He's got it underneath the armpit. He's got to take it a little bit higher against a guy like Ramos. Ramos very comfortable here. Glory reaching long ways away. Now he gets it up on the shoulder. Now he's in a little bit better position here. Ramos still looks pretty comfortable here, but Glory does a good job, but Ramos rolls through right there. That just shows you how good that kid is. But Glory did the wrong thing there. When he tripped in front of the leg instead of behind the leg. So when he went forward, it took him forward. Well, that's when Ramos can go forward with it and roll with it. You take him backwards, you can't.
Yep.
Glory took him the wrong way on that trip. He did everything right up until the direction that he went with the trip.
55 seconds remain here. First period, no score. Glory's been in deep twice on Ramos. Double wrist lock there by Glory. Ramos comes up into that collar tie.
30 seconds to go here in the first period. Glory's been the aggressor. Ramos just showed some superb defense. But look how Ramos, he's just so, I don't know how he makes weight. Just so long and lanky and strong.
Kind of like Matt McDonough.
Yeah, thick for as big as he is.
Princeton fans wanting a stall call. Ramos is not taking a shot yet. Glory's taken 3 or 4. Period comes to an end, 0-0.
Scoreless at the end of 1. Place winners at 285 pounds. Please support the awards area. Place winners at 285.
Glory going to choose down. It was Ramos' choice, and he chose down.
Glory runner-up last year to Suriano of Michigan. 1-0 lead for Glory of Princeton. Ramos standing straight up and down, almost inviting Glory to get to his leg. Glory wisely comes across, gets a 2-on-1. I was curious to see if Glory was going to take the top position. Or if Ramos tries to go underneath of him in the third period now. Another sweep. There is a stall call.
Deservingly so. Ramos looking for upper body, looking for those overhooks. Trying to go big here against Glory.
Got that overhook on the left side. Stalemate blown. Fresh start. .5 seconds to go. Another shot by Glory. Gets in pretty deep. Ramos trying to roll him through. Glory now elevating that leg. Gets it back up over the head. Neck wrench attempt there by Ramos. Glory almost put him on his back. Ramos, though, comes through it. Now Ramos hanging on for dear life. Glory trying to pop that leg out.
He's going to hang on. No points. That period's over. Wow, that shows you. This Ramos' defensive skills are phenomenal. He's so tough to score on.
He's going to go neutral.
Who's going neutral? Glory?
Ramos.
Ramos?
Yeah.
Neutral.
Well, he better start doing something.
I say he hasn't taken anything. He's going to give up another point here with the stall call.
There's another shot by Glory in on a leg here. Elevating again. Glory been in such great position. He's got this leg way high. They're right in the center of the mat. See, that leg of his, when he goes a trip with his right leg, goes behind that time. That time he went behind. But still, look at, now he gets the takedown right there. That time he went behind. Nice job by Pat Glory.
He went behind. Ramos tried to roll, somersault through. But Glory, because he had the leg behind him, was able to stop that momentum.
Game, set, match over now. It is over. Pat Glory just won that match with that takedown. Ramos can be lucky if he gets off his belly the rest of this.
Yeah. Well, he's up into a neck wrench position, and Glory gets a 1 count. Roll out of bounds, get a fresh start with 37 seconds to go. Ramos walks back to the center, gets set. Got to give a shout out, Mark. Been meaning to do it all weekend, and I just keep forgetting. Got awesome managers that help us out. Help get food for the guys, shuttle us back and forth, do the guys' laundry, all kinds of things. Renzi and Maddie are the main two that travel with us all the time. Cassidy, Lily, Corinna, Sydney, Haley, and Kelly are the other ones. They're nice enough. They'll come back with the van and pick us up so that we don't have to try to run down out of here to get to the bus.
They don't ever get to watch any wrestling either.
Yeah.
Late nights, early mornings. They come out before the team even gets out. A lot of work goes into that. There it is. That's it. Pat Glory.
Locked hands, stop it with 1 second left, but Pat Glory is going to win by a score of 4-1.
Great match, too, by Pat Glory. Wrestled really, really well.
Princeton,
First national championship since 1951.
Is Patrick Glory!
Very emotional. He came in, he wanted this. I mean, he was pumped up in his first match. He really wanted to wrestle Spencer Lee, but he really wanted a national championship more than anything.
Pure emotion right there, crying out of excitement. Just can't even believe it. So happy. So happy.
Score big savings. Shop online at HyVdeals.com. Hy-Vee proud to support Hawkeye Wrestling.
One exit championship.
Well, let's step out for another break. We will come back with more from Tulsa. This is the 2023 NCAA Wrestling Championships, and you're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
I want to go on the best game day beer run ever.
New route. Local craft cellar in Cedar Rapids.
Let's go.
For the best selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, the correct route is Local Craft Cellar. At Local Craft Cellar, find a drink of your choice and the unique items you won't find anywhere else. Plus, local Iowa specialties like your favorite Edgewood Locker brats.
You've reached your destination.
7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Local Craft Cellar, Eastern Iowa's best selection of craft beer. Please drink responsibly.
Hit a deer? Call Premier. Premier Automotive in North Liberty is Eastern Iowa's most trusted name in auto body repair. Our premier reputation is built on providing superior customer service, accurate estimates, and high-quality work. Our experienced staff guarantees your vehicle is restored and back on the road in no time. Premier Automotive in North Liberty or online at premierautoiowa.com. Drive safely, but if you hit a deer, call Premier.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
This is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling on AM 800 KXIC Iowa City.
Welcome back to the BOK Center, downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma, as we are working our way through the final couple matches of the 2023 NCAA wrestling season and the NCAA Wrestling Championships. Pat Glory still celebrating, getting over and shaking Donald Trump's hand.
He is one happy kid right there. And it's just pure raw emotion too. Like, just, you know, nobody gave him really a chance of winning a national title this year, and he come in here and he didn't beat Spencer, but he beat the guy that beat Spencer, and he beat him good too, and he had to work hard for it, but he came out and he wrestled Ramos really, really well. Stayed out of Ramos's junk, and that's all Ramos was really looking for.
And Arkansas Wrestling Association
Heavyweights are up on the stands now. I was kind of watching the heavyweights sit in the chairs down there before they go up on the stage. So their heavyweights are watching the match before, the 25-pound match. And every single one of them heavyweights, except for Kirkley and Hendrickson, were on their phones the entire time. Just sitting there on their phones, just texting away, doing stuff or whatever, not even paying attention to the mat. Except for Kirkley didn't have his phone, and Hendrickson didn't have his phone.
Wow.
Kudos to them. It's the day and age we live in.
Yep.
All-American Lucas Davison.
Tony Cassiope finishing in 4th. So he's gone 3rd, 7th, and 4th now.
In 3rd place.
What's the placings? 3rd what?
3rd, 7th, 4th. Big ovation for Wyatt Hendrickson. They said last night that he's going to be commissioned as an officer and going to go become a Navy fighter pilot.
Good for him. That's awesome.
Mason Paris.
Mason Paris from Michigan, your winner. You can see Greg Kirkfleet when he's walking too, Mark. He's hobbling just a little bit. That knee got tweaked in that match. You hope for a speedy recovery for him. I mean, yeah, he's the competition, and you want to be able to beat him anyway, and anytime you can. But you also want to do it when he's healthy. You don't want to see something bad happen to somebody.
Kirkley's a good kid too. Really nice young man. That's somebody else that's obviously taken his wrestling to another level this season. I mean, we were 3-0 against him, and this year now we're 0-3 against him.
Yeah. 133 pounds, top seed Roman Bravo Young for Penn State, taking on the number 3 seed Vito Araju for Cornell. Raju took out Dayton Fix last night. Aruja, sorry.
This is going to be a good matchup.
Well, Aruja, not only, he took Fix out, but it wasn't, crazy. It was, he took it to Fix. He out-wrestled him.
His opponent in the green.
Yeah.
From Penn State.
He's going to come out and he's going to wrestle RBY. RBY's had a lot of close matches, but he showed against McGee, who McGee looks so good against him. He showed he's so hard to score on. He came out of some stuff against McGee that was just phenomenal. And the other thing, too, is he just doesn't get tired. I'm telling you, this matchup right here, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great matchup.
Aruja lost to Sam Latona during the year. Otherwise, undefeated on the season.
It's going to be a really, really good matchup. Aruja, a little bit longer, lankier than RBY. RBY with a drag right there, tries getting to Aruja's legs, but couldn't get there. Aruja of Cornell stepped out of it. McGee of Arizona State really had RBY on the ropes last night. I thought he was going to beat him, but RBY is able to come back, take it in overtime, and win that match.
Let's meet our finalists at 133 pounds. Your number 1 seed, undefeated on the year.
It's going to be interesting to see. I thought Aruja right now would actually come out and have a lot more offense here and really come at RBY, but obviously RBY with such good defensive skills and so quick and explosive. You got to be so careful. RBY going for his 3rd NCAA title here tonight. Penn State out with 137.5 points. To Iowa's 82.5 in second right now. There's a shot by Aruja. Legs up in the air. Can he finish this? Bouncing around RBY. He trips in front. He takes him down. RBY tries to roll, but he takes him down.
We said Arujo, man, he's a gamer.
RBY tripoding up. I hope that he really tries to ride RBY here. It doesn't just kind of just let him go, and then he just does. Because RBY is going to try and ride you.
Right.
You know, that's why I don't understand why he lets him go so easily. You think RBY is just going to cut him, let him go? No, he's going to ride your ankle, sit on your ankle, sit on your leg. He's going to rack that time up. There's Arujo on another shot, though. RBY tries to roll him through. He almost put RBY to his back. How quick that shot was. Wow, by Arujo. That was a phenomenal shot.
Arujo wrestled Spencer Lee freestyle a couple years ago. And kind of a big deal that he was wrestling at that point. He's a talented young man out of Syosset, New York. Almost gets some near falls again right there as he is putting a little more effort into riding. He's going to get his riding time up over a minute and a 4-1 lead at the end of the first period. Iowa Style Apparel is your stop for all things wrestling. Get the latest looks for sports fans of all ages, including an expansive wrestling section. Shop online at iowastyleapparel.com or visit their store on Edgewood Road Southwest in Cedar Rapids. Iowa Style Apparel, your home for all things Hawkeye.
Arujo up to his feet. He leads this one 4-1 going into the second period, trying to get hand control.
RBY drops down to the leg. Arujo throwing that whizzer in.
RBY is looking for a cradle. Arujo holding him on his back, getting near falls.
He got a 2 count, so a 4-point move right there. Vitaly Arujo.
Wow. He is so freaking good, isn't he?
Boom! High in the air.
Wow.
The hips.
That Arujo is so good. He got his head to his knee when he was on the bottom, but they were up on their feet. His leg was in the air, and then you saw RBY go over the top of the head, try to hit a cradle, and take him over, and Arujo just rolled him through and came out on top and put RBY to his back, and he leads this one 8-1.
He has riding time as well, gives the escape, makes it 8-2.
Wow, he is impressing the heck out of me, this Arujo. He came to wrestle. Don't go on the defense, though.
Period.
Don't go on the defense.
RBY, half attempt there. Arujo circles back, sidesteps towards the center.
Nice
drops
shot.
in on a double, but powerful hips by RBY. Then a knee tap from Arujo.
Look how that kid is just amazing, this Arujo.
That was a knee tap when RBY had Arujo in a front headlock situation.
These guys are going at it here. At it. I mean, these guys are looking like they're like in a practice room, not in a national finals, just letting it fly.
Penn State fans want stalling on Arujo because he's over close to the edge.
Well, I don't know about Arujo's conditioning, but RBY, he can freaking go for the full 7 minutes, no problem.
Right on the edge of the mat, period's going to come to an end. 8-2 is the lead for Arujo. RBY waiting for Arujo to get back as RBY will start down. And we'll see what this third period does because Arujo looks like he's stuck in a little wind.
He's getting a little tired. He's been wrestling hard, too. I want to try and ride tough here. Ride tough, but you don't want to get reversed to your back or something, hanging on and clinging and end up on your back.
Around the side, trying to trip him back down. Pumps him back. Penn State thinking about challenging for locked hands. Now RBY comes around to the leg, about ready to get a reversal here. He's going to get the 2.
2 for the Roman Bravo. Makes it 8-4.
Right, RBY's got to let him go. And there's Aruja just right back in on the leg. So good.
Neck wrench attempt by Bravo Young, but Aruja dumps him down. Now just the escape. So 9-4 is the lead for Aruja with 1 minute to go. Now they see the challenge brick. Now Kale's trying to say, I'm not going to throw it, but they didn't throw it out there. They just kind of threw it halfway. And now they're saying, don't worry about it. He got the reversal instead of the locked hands call.
So they are going. So basically, what Kale was doing, he wanted to bring the referees over and to get them to look at it on their own first. And if they wouldn't, then they got to throw the brick. So they threw the brick. Well, they handed it to him.
So they're going to control of Matt, and they're going to lose their challenge.
I don't know if I think maybe called the control of the mat.
They did say control of Matt against Penn State because they didn't
throw it
all the way out to commit. They just kind of threw it and basically stopped the action right there. 1 minute to go. Vito Aruja of Cornell, 9. Roman Bravo Young, 4. Aruja drops for a shot as Bravo Young was coming in. RBY of Penn State into a front headlock now. This is where RBY is going to have to start thinking something big, Mark. Feet to back.
Well, feet to back right now would put him in the lead just for about another 15 seconds.
From that front head, Aruja drops into a shot, trying to cut off to a double. Now he's got RBY draped up over him. Now RBY rolls him all the way through, tried to hold him for neutral danger.
Nice job by Aruja squaring up there, circling and squaring up. A lot of people would have just given up the two, having that kind of a lead. He didn't do it.
Now RBY going to go over-under situation. Aruja trying to clear out of that.
They're just standing there pummeling with each other. Man, what a match. What a match by Aruja.
Vito Aruja stops RBY from becoming a three-timer. 10-4 the final score.
National champion, Vito Aruja.
So Aruja wins. Molly's Cupcakes proudly serving their cookies and treats inside Kinnick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by their downtown Iowa City location for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes, a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes. We will take a timeout. We will come back with Iowa's Real Woods at 141. You're listening to the 2023 NCAA Wrestling Championships. This is Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Hit a deer? Call Premier. Premier Automotive in North Liberty is Eastern Iowa's most trusted name in auto body repair. Our premier reputation is built on providing superior customer service, accurate estimates, and high-quality work. Our experienced staff guarantees your vehicle is restored and back on the road in no time. Premier Automotive in North Liberty or online at premierautoiowa.com. Drive safely, but if you hit a deer, call Premier.
Stock up on your big game essentials with Local Craft Cellar. Local Craft Cellar in Cedar Rapids is your one-stop shop, offering Eastern Iowa's best selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, plus Edgewood locker meats and a wide variety of Iowa-made products. At Local Craft Cellar, they have the stuff you won't find anywhere else. Stop by today at 7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Again, that's 7085 C Avenue Northeast. Please drink responsibly.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Mom, what's wrong with Dad?
Oh, he's stir crazy from winter and in shock after seeing the gas bill.
You should get a quote from E&J Geothermal.
Yeah, I can't wait. Let's go. Yeah.
Before you break ground this spring, contact E&J Geothermal. Our Climate Master geothermal system means big savings on your bills. Specializing in geothermal, HVAC, and electrical systems, E&J Geothermal has what you need to overcome the winter blues. Learn more at enjgeothermal.com.
There's a new deal on sale now at CorridorHalfOff.com. Right now, you can get $25 gift certificates to Gianni's Italian Beef in downtown Cedar Rapids for the price of one. Authentic Italian beef sandwiches, Chicago-style hot dogs, hand-cut fries, and more are all at Gianni's Italian Beef. This is your chance to find out what everyone's raving about for half price. Gianni's Italian Beef at the corner of 3rd Street and 4th Avenue in downtown Cedar Rapids for half price at CorridorHalfOff.com right now.
This is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling on AM 800 KXIC Iowa City.
Back in Tulsa. Get ready for the 141-pound NCAA Wrestling Championship. Real Woods for the Iowa Hawkeyes, taking on the number 2 seed Andrew Alirez of Northern Colorado. Penn State 137.5, Iowa 82.5, Ohio State 70.5, but Cornell's going to jump ahead of them. They're at 68.5, but Vito Aruja with the win over Roman Bravo Young will get them up to 72.5, so Cornell will finish in 3rd. Missouri in 5th with 64.5. Michigan, Arizona State, Nebraska, Virginia Tech, North Carolina State rounding out your top 10.
Just sitting down here watching, looking in the binos, looking at
Is that Jacob Warner meeting Donald Trump right now? Is that a bunch of Hawkeye guys over there?
That is Warner. Warner and Ironman and Kobe and Jessaroga.
And please direct your attention to the awards area for the 125-pound All-American ceremony. Presenting awards at
125-pound award winners. Still say I was kind of perturbed, just some of the rumors and everything flying around with Spencer Lee when he announced he wasn't wrestling today. And, oh, this happened, that happened. He's not even going to show up for the stand tonight. And that's not the guy Spencer Lee is.
Disagree or agree, it doesn't really matter. I guess it was Spencer Lee's choice whether he wrestles today or not, but for people that just kind of just get on social media and they can do whatever they want on those platforms, say whatever they want, say he's mental in the hospital, getting mentally checked, he's gone, he left the building, he's not here, blah, blah, blah. So much stuff, and it just spreads like wildfire and is all, false. But he is in the building. He was here this morning supporting his teammates. He here tonight supporting his teammates. He did the Grand March. He's on the award stand.
He respects this. I mean,
Purdue, All-American Mac Ramos.
He wanted 4 titles. I'm sure there was a part of him that wanted to come back and wrestle, but there was a part of him that it's hard mentally, and it's hard physically when he's had so many different knee surgeries. Most recent one was, 13 months ago, 14 months ago? A lot of times that's 8 to 12 months recovery time, depending on the surgery. So, again, no excuses. But
Wrestlers, please turn and face the fans behind you.
Just one of those things. When you plant Whipples, you're not just choosing superior seed corn, you're making a statement, one that says staying independent, staying family-owned means something on your farm. Make your choice, plant your independence, plant Whipples. Two matches left for this season. Spencer
just congratulated
Pat Glory.
Just congratulated Pat Glory there.
Here we go at 141. Woods and Alirez. They wrestled in the Southern Scuffle last year with Woods winning by a score of 5-4.
And we wrestle for a national championship at 141 pounds. Wearing the red, representing Iowa.
Woods making his way out in the red corner. Tom Terry and Morningstar will be in his corner.
His opponent in the green from North.
I don't know what to expect here. I really, really, really don't, except for the fact that both these guys like to be offensive. They're going to get after it, and you know Real comes out hard at a very, very fast pace.
Lirez out of Greeley, Colorado, wrestling for Northern Colorado.
Man, this is awesome. This is so awesome.
Underway here at 141. Woods dives for that shot from a ways away. Lirez backing out. Now he comes back across, almost gets to Real's legs. Woods stands back up, though. Lirez trying to snap the head, looking for the leg. Each guy hanging onto the other's head with their left hand. Real reaching for that leg from a ways away.
Trying to get to it, couldn't get to it.
Tries a misdirection shot, but Lirez sensed it coming. Both guys prefer wrestling from a non-tie. They'll get in there and tie it up, but Lirez drops for a shot, and Woods down blocks.
Your Big Ten champion. And while in Stanford last year, he was 6th in the nation.
Woods grabbing a wrist, swiping at that leg.
Both guys
does
having
the same thing.
Having a hard time getting close. They haven't been in a tie-up this entire match, really, except for when they were like kind of head-to-head, but not really like controlled tie close. Both these guys like to wrestle from kind of like a non-tie.
1:40 to go, first period, no score.
They both tap each other's heads a lot, and then they drop and lower and go. Trying to get the other guy reaching a little bit. I don't know how Lirez is on the top position, but we obviously know that Real's pretty darn tough in that top position. So that might favor Matt Wrestling if it comes down to that, favor Real Woods.
Front headlock for Lirez. Angel Rivera blows the stalemate.
Nice
Woods
shot.
gets to the leg that
Nice
time, but Lirez
shot.
hips in hard. Breaks that grip. Come up, kind of an over-under situation. They clear out, though. Woods swipes at it again. Lirez filled in for Woods at the All-Star match. When Woods withdrew from it, he ended up beating Matthews of Pittsburgh. And then he's basically been ranked number 1 all year. Then after the Big Tens, Real Woods got the number 1 seed.
Based off of probably RPI would be my guess. Woods wrestling a tougher schedule. 20 seconds.
In the first, no score.
Wood got in deep once, and Lirez did a really good job. Just, threw hips in, got that leg back, broke the grip of Reals right away.
First period's going to come to an end, no score. Angel Rivera flips the coin.
Well, that doesn't
Woods'
happen
choice.
very often.
Woods is going to defer.
For either guy.
Yeah.
I'd like to know, for both of these guys, how many first periods they've had throughout this season that they haven't scored a takedown. It's been very, 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 very little. This might even be the first time. I don't know.
Lirez gets set. Real Woods comes to cover.
We're going to see how good Woods is here.
Chops the arm right away. Capping that ankle on the right side, trying to lever those triceps. Ramirez hit back into him.
Doing a good job hipping right back into him.
Chop the arm again, looking for a hip tilt. Almost got a swipe there. But
almost. That was a great job by Real Woods. Really wrestling tough with a deep waist. Took him back down to the mat. This is what we were hoping for right here.
Getting him flat, get that wrist back. Can't quite get it reinforced over there. So he's levering the triceps again. He's got that deep waist, trying to reach across to grab it. Now Alirez swimming his arm up forward, pulling it out. 1:15 to go in the second. Alirez builds his base. Woods throws that deep waist in again. Fans clamoring for a stall call somewhere. I think it's a mixed bag. Some want it for Woods for riding that ankle. Some want it on Alirez, and that's where it comes.
.45 seconds to go here in the second period. Woods riding tough here.
Switch action there by Alirez, and then Woods trying to get a hip tilt. Gets him over. Should be a 2 count.
No, got a one. He
got a 2. He got a 2.
He did get a 2 count.
Up to his feet into a body lock situation, and
Alirez
gets thrown
throws Woods to his back. Gets a takedown. He's getting near falls on Woods.
Went for it, and Alirez came out with it. And that's going to be 4 probably.
Well, that's going to be a 2-point near fall, or 2 reversal and 4 near fall. That's 6 points.
It's just a 2 near fall.
What?
Now they call stalling
on Woods for fleeing.
Oh no, they called stalling on Woods. Yeah.
I don't know how that could have only been a 2 count for Alirez. I mean, it looked like he would have had plenty of a 4 count there. Unless it took forever for him to actually issue control.
Right.
You know, so by the time they finally issued control, then they started counting and only got 2 counts.
So it should be. So 2, but Woods got 2 near fall as well.
Right. So he was up what?
He was up
2-0. So that makes it 4-0. Reversal 2-2. 2 near fall for Alirez. That makes it 4-4.
Well, no, it was 0-0. So the 2 near fall would have made 2-0. But now they're trying to figure out, because I think they gave Woods a stall point.
How did Woods get a stall point?
Well, I think they called Woods for stalling for fleeing the mat, but he put the wrong hand up, so they awarded a point. Man.
But it shouldn't have been any stall points there at all. I mean, if they call Woods for stalling, that's his first call.
Well, that's what I can't figure out is...
It should right now, in my opinion, it should be...
The only thing would be if they... I don't know, because it wasn't like Alirez was down on the ankle for a 5 count.
Well, basically what happened there was they came up to their feet.
After Woods got the tilt, he got the 2 count,
they came
up to their feet, body lock
situation. Woods went to pick Alirez up in the air to put him down, and Alirez locks double overs and threw Real Woods to his back and held him there. But maybe they thought that Woods had an opportunity to try and roll him through, didn't give him control right away. So they didn't start counting the near falls right away because they didn't issue the 2 right away. So it'll be good to see what happens here. But I don't understand how Woods has 3 points.
Yeah.
He should only have 2. Unless something happened there that we couldn't see from up here, like down there, like a technical violation where he got a point. I don't know.
Trying to get the wave going here.
I just don't know what...
Joe Rivera on the phone. I mean, Northern Colorado, I'm assuming Northern Colorado's challenging, saying it should have been 4 instead of 2.
All of a sudden it turned into 1978 in here.
So it should be a 6-point move for Alirez instead of 4. Both guys pacing around. Fans doing the wave. Trying to
Everybody's
get some warmth
getting
in them.
even the upper deck. Here we go, Steven. Come on, join in. Woo! That's cool.
Long review here.
Even Trump's joining in into the wave.
Did he?
Yeah. This is cool. Boy, they got a lot of things to look at here.
Yeah.
What's this jump around?
Yep.
Surprised that the fans aren't jumping up and around.
All the Wisconsin fans probably would be.
Yeah, this is their song. That'd be cool if everybody in this building just got up and started jumping around.
I've been in the press box at Camp Randall Stadium when they do that, and
No
the
way.
whole press box sways. Like you're literally like swaying back and forth. Angel Rivera still on the phone right now. Well, and it was weird too because Angel gave a stall call and then like pointed at the other hand. And so I don't know if he was calling stalling on Woods for like reaching off to get to the carpet to go off. Yeah, they are challenging how many near falls. Well, Real Woods got the hip tilt and got two, but Alirez, such powerful hips, was able to roll through.
How come they don't show us replays? Dang it, Steven. I want to see replays. Well, right now we're in the second period with 10 seconds left. That's where we're at. How I saw it was we should be trailing 4-2, but we have one, and I can't read it because the guy's in the way.
1:15, I think.
1:15 riding time. And we'll be on bottom to start the third period. I mean, this must be really, really difficult. They're taking forever here.
Not sure what everybody's booing here.
You know, I'm glad in a situation like this, though, really glad the national tournament that the review is done at a neutral setting, not by the referees right here at the head table looking at it. It was done by a third party, an independent party that is not out here looking at the action, and they're reviewing it. So that the referees aren't the ones to blame if they don't overturn their calls or do overturn their calls or whatever. The coaches can't really argue with them because they're not the one making the decision.
These wrestlers are just pacing back and forth trying to stay warm. Fans just want them to make a decision and go with it. Now they do take a point off from Real Woods, so it's 4-2. My guess is Woods got called. He put the wrong fist, but Woods got called for stalling.
For fleeing the mat. Like trying to get out of bounds.
But then the question is there
was it
two near fall or four?
Yeah, it's either going to be 4 points for Alvarez or 6 points for Alvarez. Jeez, I've never seen something take so long.
Could have played our last commercial break in this time.
I could have gone to the bathroom in this time.
If you need to, I'll fill for you.
Well, they're going to say the things. I'm back.
Oh, here they come. Here he comes. Angel Rivera with the announcement. Four near fall for Alirez. So that'll make it 6-2. Back to 24 seconds. 1:36 of riding time for Real Woods. Woods will start in the down position. Woods up to his feet, quickly out for the escape, keeps his hands on Alirez, but slipped off to the side a little bit. So 6-3, Woods keeps his riding time. So 10 seconds left here. Both guys staying low. Woods going to have to get an escape and a takedown in the third period.
And 6-3, we head to the third riding time.
Woods will start down. 1:33 riding time right now.
93 seconds of it. He'll start the bottom.
So where did Woods get the third point from?
He got the escape. He got out in like 3 seconds.
No kidding. Wow, that was a huge escape for Real Woods.
Up to his feet. Ramirez drives him back down. Now he's got a wing in.
Picks us up, puts us back down. Tough position here for Real Woods to try and get away. Alvarez picks us up, puts us back down again. We keep building our base. Alvarez showing how good he is in the top position as well, too. Woods keeps standing up. He just can't get out. 1:04 riding time. It's not going to – we got to get out soon.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, even if we lose our riding time –
reset. Woods into a tripod. Down between the legs.
Trying to
riding
get
time
hand
is
control
out.
is out. So it's
6-4.
good. All right. 6-4, still got 55 seconds built towards his riding time. He's going to need a takedown anyway.
Trying to get to that leg. Alirez sprawling
Remember,
back.
Alirez has been warned for stalling, too.
Yep.
Now he hits
grabs our
Woods
leg.
with an ankle pick right here.
Front headlock situation. Real trying to clear out of that. Real tries to duck and almost gets put over. But
Boy, that's gutsy right there by Real Woods. Going after it big time. Doesn't want to hold position here. Trying to make something happen. We got 45 seconds to go. He needs a takedown desperately to tie it up here. Takedown and a ride for 5 seconds and wins it for him. Takedown and just a takedown will tie it for him.
He's got a takedown right out to keep the tie, though. Now Alirez starting to run away a little bit. 25 seconds to go. Alirez throwing an underhook in.
Woods trying to go double overs here.
Alirez driving into him. 15 on the clock.
Woods has to go big here. Alvarez can afford another stall call right now.
Woods takes a shot right on the edge, front head.
They go
out of bounds. Head back to the center, just 2 seconds on the clock.
Oh, dang it.
Real Woods tries to jump over Alirez, but Alirez going to win. Real Woods will come up just short.
1962, Northern Colorado, for the national champion.
Real Woods got some near falls. Went to a body lock situation as Alirez got out, and Alirez just put him to his back.
Real Woods showing great sportsmanship there. Shaking all the opposing coaches' hand. Amazing sportsmanship out of Real Woods.
6-4 the final score. Woods drops. Makes the long walk back into the red corner tunnel. Come a long way, 6th last year. Wrestling for Stanford.
The Bears of Northern Colorado.
Dang it, dang it, dang it. That's a 6-point move. He out-wrestled him the whole match, all except for about that 10 seconds worth.
Yep.
Here it is. Yeah, Alvarez just picked him up in those double overs and just threw him to his back. Alvarez is good. Good hips. Really, really good hips by Alvarez.
Let's step out and take a timeout. We will be back with the final match of the season. You're listening to Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. My name is Denali. And I'm Briley. We're still members of your Iowa Hawkeye softball team. During the off-season, conditioning is number one. At Iowa City Tire and Service, they keep our cars in top running condition year-round. And they treat their customers like family. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Proud sponsors of Hawkeye softball. Iowa City Tire and Service, where service actually comes first. Go Hawks! Woo-hoo!
I want to go on the best game day beer run ever.
New route. Local craft cellar in Cedar Rapids.
Let's go.
For the best selection of craft beer, wine, and spirits, the correct route is Local Craft Cellar. At Local Craft Cellar, find the drink of your choice and the unique items you won't find anywhere else. Plus, local Iowa specialties like your favorite Edgewood Locker brats. You've reached your destination. 7085 C Avenue Northeast in Cedar Rapids. Local Craft Cellar, Eastern Iowa's best selection of craft beer. Please drink responsibly.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Wendy's 2 for $6 lets you mix and match some of our best items, like Dave Single with a 10-piece crispy nugs, medium strawberry lemonade with a spicy chicken sandwich, spicy chicken with a Dave Single with a strawberry lemonade, strawberry lemonade, if you're into that. Chicken Sam, crispy nugs, strawberry lemonade, Dave's, nugs, Sam. Whew. Pick what you want at a price you want. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6. For a limited time, price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's. On the card only. Single item at regular price.
The best beers are the ones shared with friends. Gather yours and join the fun with Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited and their 23 Oktoberfest and Bohemian Adventure. Go on a trolley beer crawl in Prague, raft a river, climb a mountain, and celebrate in Munich's Oktoberfest. Learn more at duagency.com.
This is Iowa Hawkeye Wrestling on AM 800 KXIC Iowa City.
We have come down to the final 7 minutes of wrestling of the 2023 season as they announce the 133-pound All-Americans. Tough loss there for Real Woods, Mark. He came out, tried really hard, got those near falls. He felt something as they got up, thinking he could go big and go get even more. And Alirez just took advantage and put him down for it.
Like I said before we went to break, Real Woods out-wrestled Alirez for 6 minutes and 50 seconds of that match. It's just unfortunate that's how it ends. But you know what? It's kind of like the same thing as last night when we lost to Matt Ramos. It was the right call. I mean, Alirez just beat us. He had double overs. He picked us up. He threw us to his back. He held us there for the 4 count. And, I mean, it is what it is. Just playing out B. And it just – I really, really commend Real Woods, though, for his sportsmanship throughout the entire season, for that matter. But just the way he got up and stood there and let Alirez just run all around the place and kind of showboat quite a bit right there. It was forever before he came back to the center and shook hands, and he was real polite to him. He shook the opposing coach's hand. I tell you what, I keep becoming more and more impressed all the time with Real Woods' character. I'm just blown away by just how, how awesome of a kid he really is. And a competitor both. I mean, he is an amazing, amazing wrestler, competitor, and just a great kid all around, and really, really bright future. And I'm really excited that he's going to be in the Iowa Hawkeye lineup again next year, wrestling for the Iowa Hawkeyes. So, just unfortunate he didn't get the W night. It's unfortunate for the program, and it's not the way we wanted things to end, but that's life. That's how it goes, you know. That's sports. There's certain things in your life that are consistent, though, or need to be consistent. And you control what you can control. And Real Woods is, He is a good, good man.
We get ready for our final match. Top seed Yanni Diakomihalis lost in his first match of the year to Austin Gomez. Before running the table from there, he'll be taking on the number 2 seed Sammy Sasso of Ohio State. Sasso lost to Caleb Henson of Virginia Tech, and he lost to Colin Robuto of Northern Iowa. Yanni Diakomihalis looking to become just the 5th 4-time national champion in NCAA history. He is getting introduced out of the red corner right now.
Wrestling for the gold, wearing the red, representing Cornell.
Yanni Diakomihalis, first title back in 2018. Pretty darn good freestyler as well.
Yeah, world team member. It's going to be an interesting matchup with Sasso. I'm sure these guys have had to have probably wrestled before, I would think, but I don't know.
In the green, from the Ohio State University, Sammy Sasso.
I'm sure they have. I can't remember for sure.
Yanni Diakomihalis has had a lot of close matches. I mean, Mirren almost beat him. His semifinal match was close with Van Ness.
I mean, he's won 6-1, got a fall, beat Mirren 8-7, and then he won 8-3 over Van Ness. So Yanni going for his 4th and trying to get Cornell to stay in that 3rd spot. Sasso trying to get Ohio State 4 more points to jump them up into 3rd place in the team race. I think they do trophies for top 4, don't they? If I remember correct. So both will get a trophy. It just depends on what it says on it. Heck of a tournament for the Buckeyes to be up into 3rd place, too. Underway here. 30 seconds gone by.
And our 2 top seeds out here.
Shot by Yanni, head to the inside. Both these guys have good defense.
20-1 on the season.
Yeah, really good defense. Scramblers.
He's a senior from Rochester, New York, Hilton High School. 3-time
Sasso,
NCAA champion, now a
3-time All-American, runner-up in 2021, 5th place last year. I think Yanni beat Sasso last year at this tournament. So there's Sasso, just slow motion, reached and got to Yanni's leg. Diakomihalis just kind of sat there and watched him do it. Now he's locked through the crotch. Trying to elevate.
He's the Big Ten champion this year.
Stalemate it with 1:41 to go.
All-American. He was a first-teamer in 2020.
I want to take this time as we're done with breaks, so we're basically going to wrap everything up as this match concludes. But big thank you. We say it every year as there's Yanni in on a shot. Gets Sasso draped up over the back. Our sponsors. We've had, you and I both have businesses. We've had people come in and say we love listening to you. Hopefully people are doing that to the other sponsors that we have here. Because honestly, without them, it's not possible for you and I to come do this. I mean, it takes money to be able to bring us here on the road, hotels and travel and everything. And so, huge thank you to all of our sponsors. Got all the fans back home listening, sending us messages throughout the year. helping us find information when we don't have everything readily available at our fingertips.
Yeah, next year we'll have to work on a Twitter handle.
Yeah. Well, it depends. Are you going to be a referee next year?
No. They don't want me as a referee. That'd really throw a wrench into the way referees do things.
Is that a bad thing?
Not for me. It'd create a lot of probably controversy, but you wouldn't be a Division I referee in 1 year anyway. You got to work your way up.
Right.
Go through the system.
Looks like it's going to be a scoreless first period. Yanni's choice. He'll start down to begin the second period.
Well, Steven, I can definitely say thank you for everything you do on our broadcast, because without you, we wouldn't have this radio, because I don't even know how to hook up the machine.
It's just like 5 cords that you got to plug in.
Yeah, but that's the problem. There's 5 of them. If it was just one, I could figure it out, but it's 5 of them. And you do a remarkable job at downtime when I'm out, like crowd surfing in my binos and looking at different things and picking up different matches and studying things. I just like to study so much, like how the opposing coaches are doing and what's the other referees doing when they're looking at the matches. And there's a reversal by Yanni right there. I like to learn so much, and sometimes it draws my eyes away from the actual action there. And then there's sometimes where we got nobody wrestling; it's just downtime, and you're just a lot better of a talker than I am. And the statistics that you always throw out, and you're my encyclopedia sitting right next to me. I just appreciate getting on here and be able to throw out some words of wisdom once in a while. And
do it more than once in a while.
Follow wrestling. Follow Iowa wrestling.
You have forgot more about wrestling than I will ever know. That is for sure. So I just try to absorb. You try to study people. I try to study. I mean, that's why I'm asking all these questions. Sometimes I maybe know a little bit of the answer, but I just like to learn more about like the technique and just understand. I mean, I learned the very basics wrestling 2 years of Pee Wee when I was like 8 years old.
Well, that's what you need to know, basics. That's what wins wrestling matches for the most part. But I tell you what, when that wrestling match right there for Alvarez, that wasn't basic.
No, it was not.
That was definitely not basic. And the thing was Real Woods didn't have to go there. He could have just given him the 1-point escape.
Yep.
But when he came up, he went right into that body lock and tried picking up Alvarez to kind of go big. And that's when Alvarez locked up those double overs and was able to throw him. And it was really, really good on Alvarez's part. But he could have just came up and given the 1-point escape, too. And he would have been up 2-1 with riding time. But that's and I don't blame Real. I'm not saying Real was at fault there by any means. He felt it, he went with it, and he didn't just stall there, he went with it, and he just got beat in that position. Him and Ramos both.
Cradle locked in here for Yanni. No takedown yet. There he gets the hip down, and he gets Sasso rolled up over. I don't know if he got any.
I don't know if there was any near falls there,
I
though.
don't think so.
He never had the shoulders exposed.
It rolled all the way through. 4-1 is the lead for Yanni. We go to the third period. Well, the final time here, our Hawkeye tournament recap. Hawks with 6 All-Americans. Real Woods runner-up. Tony Cassiope finishing in 4th. Nelson Brands and Jacob Warner finishing in 5th. Max Mirren and Spencer Lee finishing in 6th. That is the tournament recap presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, and more, just minutes south of Iowa City. Sasso starts down to begin the third, up to his feet, out for the escape.
Sasso's going to make this interesting, I got a feeling, by the end of this match. He's going to go for something. He's fun to watch. There's Demakahalis in a nice shot right there.
Head to the inside from a non-tie. Sasso, though, able to break that grip in a front headlock. Both guys almost on their bellies right there. Yanni circles up out of it, and he gets right back in on that same shot. This time he gets Sasso draped up over him. Sasso reaches back, grabs the arm. Yanni sitting back into him. Now Sasso doing the splits. Giacomo trying to limp arm out of that whizzer. Sasso out front squaring up. Now Sasso locked through the crotch. Eating a lot of clock time right here. Head back to the center with 51 on the clock. I'm just going to wait to unplug stuff because it's all twisted everywhere. So Yanni in on another shot, gets a stall call against Sasso.
Well, Yanni's looking good here tonight. That's for sure. I thought this would be a closer match, but I mean, it's only 4-2. It's not like it's a blowout, but here's, I tell you what, Sasso trying to get a reversal though, and he almost does.
Trying to get that right or left ankle cleared out. Trying to cut across. Now Yanni's locked through the crotch.
Sasso has to try and finish this shot, or finish this reversal here to tie it up, take it into overtime.
Yanni rolls him through. Now Sasso turns the other way. Trying to step inside for that Merkel. Time runs out.
Wow.
And Yanni Diakomihalis will finish as a 4-time national champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, before you, 4 trips to this tournament, 4 national
Only the
titles.
5th one of all time.
And the newest member of the most exclusive club in NCAA wrestling, 4-time
Congratulations to Yanni.
from Cornell, Yanni
Sorry about that. Had somebody bump into the power strip down in front of us. Glitched our power momentarily. Yanni Diakomihalis does win, gets a 4-time national championship. Mark, any other final thoughts as we close out the 2023 season?
2023 season, the 22-23 season is officially over. It's over. You know, we've had a lot of ups and downs, but overall it was a pretty good season. We've placed second in the country. There's a lot of schools out there who would be pretty darn happy with being second in the country. Just unfortunate that we had no national champs. So, no national champs. That really hurts. That's very, very unfortunate. But it is what it is. Back to work. I mean, there's nothing else you can do besides go back to the grindstone, but for me and for you, it's been good. So I don't know what you got in store, but I got softball to follow. I have turkeys to go chase and farming to do and some racing to start doing here pretty soon. So it's kind of on with another time of the year, and it goes in cycles. So one cycle ends and another cycle opens.
I get to go start slinging some ice cream and start game planning for another high school football season. Started as a coach last year, so
That's
I get
awesome.
that opportunity to mold some young minds. So looking forward to that opportunity as well. So Again, thanks, everybody. Thanks to all of our sponsors. Thank you to the fans that listen in. Thanks for the folks at Learfield and KXIC/iHeart helping us out throughout the year. Big thank you, of course, Mark, for being here along the way and doing everything. James Allen, Matt Nelson, Stephen Malley here this weekend. Just a lot of great people that help make this program continue to move along and do what it needs to do. And we're looking forward to the 23-24 season. It will be upon us before we know it. So until then, for Mark Ironside, this is Stephen Grace. Thanks for a great season. We'll talk to you next year. Until then, this has been Hawkeye Wrestling from Learfield.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, you've been listening to Hawkeye Wrestling, presented by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Also brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. Dodge Street Tire and Auto, your family-friendly, dependable, and honest auto repair shop, celebrating 30 good years in Iowa City. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa Lottery, be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. And by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.
We now join Fox Sports Radio, already in progress, on 800 KXIC, and available on your Amazon smart speakers just by saying, Alexa, play 800 KXIC on iHeartRadio.
Sasser's been in on the lineup for Houston, so it's as wide open as I can ever remember, Jason, and we could take a quick break in a second and kind of break down some of these individual results, but it's as wide open as ever. But I'll tell you this, and I know it's cliche, but this tournament continues to deliver. It's been riveting TV. Late last night we had a couple thrillers. FAU, Memphis. This was after the Purdue game. I'm trying to think here. Arizona State, TCU was a great game. And then today I was watching that Arkansas-Kansas game, and it's just like, and again, we can get into individual results in a minute, but it's like, this is why we love the tournament. Every possession of that game felt like life or death.
Yeah.
And it's led to just an awesome tournament so far, Jason.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because that's the same way I felt watching that game. And I thought, we're going to talk about the NBA here in a little bit, and we've got, Damian Lillard, who's come out over the last few days and talked about he doesn't like where the NBA finds itself and where winning counts so much. And that, of course, has been kind of a controversial place and all this stuff. And, of course, we have the load management. We have, even if he's healthy, maybe AD's not going to suit up for the Lakers and all these things. And these concerns about the NBA that we have talked about on this show and have been talked about ad nauseum. And DeSager can give us a ratings update again, I'm sure, later. And it ain't good for the NBA. I'm watching that that Kansas-Arkansas game. And I'm watching the heart, and I'm watching afterwards Demario Davis, crying.
Yep.
During the postgame on the floor, and he's just talking about the effort that they've put in all season long and practicing and all this. And I'm like, that right there is why the country stops during the NCAA tournament. You don't get that in the NBA. You just don't. There's something about, it's not just this tournament, but it's just college athletics compared to the pros. There's just a difference there. Like, that just doesn't happen in the NBA Finals after Game 7. Oh, we put in so much effort, and we're all just tearing up right there on the floor. Now, you've got your moments in the locker room and things like that, but the raw emotion of winning a round of 32 game and responding in that fashion, to me, is the exhibit that if I were an attorney, that'd be exhibit A right there as to why college sports captures and enraptures a country, because how do you not get behind that?
No, I agree, and that was my exact thought, and I put out something on social media, and I thought about doing the thing where I went after the NBA, but then I thought back to this time last year when JJ Redick turned all of NBA Twitter on me, and so even though he has since blocked me, I was like, I'm going to keep the NBA out of my mouth right now and just focus on this part, the college part of this. But I agree, it has been an unbelievable tournament so far. And what I want to do next is break it all down. Purdue suffers a historic loss last night. What does that mean for this tournament? Duke, by the way, loses today to Tennessee. What does that mean? Couple updates before we bounce back. Texas is now up by 7 with 20 seconds to go. Looks like they will probably hold on against Penn State. And then, of course, Alabama, Maryland just started, and Northwestern has cut into UCLA's lead. So we'll keep you all updated on that. Fox Sports Radio, Aaron Torres, Jason Martin. We are broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. And we are presented by Discover. At the end of your first year, Discover credit cards automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you've earned doubled. Seriously, see terms and conditions and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match. Texas up 7, 10 seconds left. They're going to the foul line. They have been fouled. It looks like the Longhorns will hold on. We'll keep you updated on that one, get you a final score, and we're going to get into some of the results from this tournament. That's next. Aaron Torres, Jason Martin, Fox Sports Radio.
Please, time to check those brackets. Bracketologists still in it?
There are enough things to sort out in this bracket scenario.
Well, congratulations.
Yay!
You'll live to fight another day.
Yeah!
Keep it right here for all of your tournament news.
It's that easy.
On Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. I just learned Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you earned doubled. All the cash back from eating at your favorite soup dumpling restaurant doubled. All the cash back from that trip where you sort of learned how to snowboard also doubled. And the best part, you don't have to do anything ridiculous to get it. Nope, Discover does it automatically. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
The podcast Let's Start a Coup wonders, what if a secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest schemes.
And for you, Major General Smedley Butler, nothing will ever be the same.
Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. Catch the special deal now at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Zen. Catch the special deal now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Everybody needs an edge. The other guy is working on his edge right now, whether you have one or not. Testosterone levels are at an all-time low historically, and individual T levels in men decline 1% every year with age. There's a new champion of natural testosterone boosters, and it's called CHOQ. CHOQ. 100% natural herbal extracts with game-changing effects on your energy, mood, and focus. CHOQ Daily's main ingredient has been clinically studied to boost testosterone 20% in 90 days. Supercharge your masculinity with higher T and a massive boost of energy by taking CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack every day. Take the 90-day CHOQ Challenge and reap the benefits of the reigning champion of natural men's health with CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack. For a very limited time only, CHOQ, CHOQ, is giving our listeners a 30% discount with promo code USA. That's CHOQ.com, code USA, for 30% off while supplies last.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended-release B vitamins.
What's up? I'm Tyrese Maxey, 21st overall pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, a guard for the Philadelphia 76ers, and I'm doing my very first podcast, Maxey on the Mic.
Tyrese! Oh, my goodness!
We'll talk about games, catch up with some of my favorite NBA players, talk travel, food, music, who knows what else. Listen to Maxey on the Mic on the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you go to get your podcast.
Truck Month at Deary Ford in Iowa City. Bring in your tax refund and save.
Buy a new 2022 Ford F-150 with 0% financing
And up to $8,000 off. We have over 75 top quality used vehicles. Trucks starting at $59.90 and cars from $49.90. Payments from $199 a month with 0 down. Truck Month at Deary Ford in Iowa City. Hurry in or shop online at DearyFord.com.
AM 800 KXIC.
Dan Patrick. When excellence meets hard work.
He can emasculate you.
Dan Patrick.
He can take away your heart, your spirit.
When positivity meets the morning.
This is a mean-spirited tweet.
Dan Patrick. When the best meets sports.
We'll see if we can upset a fan base today.
Dan Patrick. It's the Dan Patrick Show.
Love it. Embrace it.
Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Oh, yeah.
AM 800 KXIC.
Why are we blowing up socially?
Why?
It's because of you.
Uh-oh.
You want the videos on our YouTube channel? Just search for Fox Sports Radio.
Yes, I know.
You want to comment on our tweets?
Tweet?
Now I can tweet what I want to. At Fox Sports Radio. And you want us in your timeline. You need us in your timeline.
Don't forget, you can follow us on social media.
That's why we're blowing up socially. On Fox Sports Radio. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Welcome back, everybody. Fox Sports Radio. Aaron Torres, Jason Martin. We are brought to you by Progressive. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. We do have a final in Des Moines, Iowa. In the Midwest region, Texas has beaten Penn State 71-66 to advance there. So Texas now is in the Sweet 16. They will be headed to Kansas City next weekend. Also worth noting, the number 1 seed in that Midwest region, the Houston Cougars, won earlier today as well. So for all the chaos of this tournament, the Midwest region still has its 1 and 2 seeds advancing. Their 3 seed Xavier will be playing tomorrow, as will the 4-5 seeds Indiana and Miami, and we'll get the other 2 teams in that bracket in the Sweet 16. Couple other results to keep an eye on. Alabama trailing early 12-10 to Maryland. Again, very early, about 11 and a half minutes to go in that one. And I'll say this, Jason, in a tournament where just you can never count anybody in or out. We're just saying how quietly impressive UCLA was early and just taking care of business like a veteran team should. Well, they were up by 10 at the half. It is now 45-45 with 11:26 to go. They are playing the Northwestern Wildcats. Jason, just another result in this tournament that looks up in the air. Another team that we thought was, cruising is now all of a sudden in a much, much closer situation.
Yeah, honestly, that looked like it was about to get out of hand. It just looked like UCLA was going to take that one and run home with it. But it is this tournament. And, again, this isn't like world-class analysis from us because many people have said the exact same thing going into this tournament. Just expect anything because you just, especially this year, and UCLA dealing with injuries going into the tournament and all this, and Northwestern has all the momentum. And the one thing, and you should always think about this, whoever the underdog is in the building, it almost turns into a home game for them a lot of times because everybody else is playing in the building wants to see the top seed go down. So you've got UCLA, who, of course, their fans are going to be loud, but look how many Northwestern fans there are and people that were wearing other uniforms or other colors earlier in the evening that are now cheering for Northwestern as well. I don't know what – I mean, I would just say I still feel like UCLA will win the game, but who knows at this point. Northwestern making shots. UCLA looking a little bit ragged out there, turning the basketball over this last couple of stretches. And, of course, they've gone cold because that's what happens in this tournament to a lot of different teams. So here we go. And, of course, you have another number one seed. Look, Houston was down double digits going into the second half, came back and dominated Auburn in the second half. Auburn couldn't make a shot. And, of course, the other two number ones that have already played are already done, that being Kansas and Purdue. This was, we said going in, Aaron, this was not going to be 4 number ones. This was not going to be the blue blood year like last year. That does sound prophetic right now. We knew this is how this tournament was going to go.
All right, so let's get into some of the results. And I want to actually, even though a lot has happened today, I do want to go back to last night because you talk about unpredictable. There's nothing more unpredictable than a number one seed, Purdue, falling to Fairleigh Dickinson, whatever it was. I think it was 63-58 was the final score. And I'll just ask you, listen, this is obviously only the second time ever that we have seen a number one seed lose. The first one being Virginia to UMBC in 2018. And that's not, that's in the history books. That'll never change. There will never be another first 16 to beat a number one. But that Virginia team, and I'm not trying to do some revisionist history here, but they had lost their best player, DeAndre Hunter, now playing in the NBA right before that tournament. And, you look at that Fairleigh Dickinson team. What a crazy stat, Jason. You probably have seen this, but Fairleigh Dickinson, how about this? They didn't even win their conference tournament. It's a long story, but basically the team that won the conference tournament isn't eligible for the NCAA tournament. So that team wasn't allowed to go. So Fairleigh Dickinson goes. They have to win a play-in game. I guess what I'm trying to ask you, I think you can make a case that what we saw last night was quite literally the biggest upset in the history of the tournament. I have a lot of thoughts from the Purdue perspective, but let's start right there. Was that the biggest upset in the history of the tournament?
Yes, and not just because of the DeAndre Hunter point. I was thinking about it in real time. UMBC, because they got up so big, because they just went on that ridiculous run and Virginia was not built to answer that kind of run, I felt like what they ended up having to do in the last 25 minutes or so of that game was easy. The thing that blew me away about what Fairleigh Dickinson did and why I think the margin of error was different, well, first off, you had Zach Edey out there, and this was a very small basketball team playing against them. But the bigger point is they had to keep answering Purdue, because that was more of a heavyweight fight where you had Purdue trying to fight back into it, taking a little bit of a lead here, then Fairleigh Dickinson would have to answer. Usually that's where Cinderella is going to crumble. Usually that's where the team that doesn't have the depth, that doesn't have the strength of schedule, that hasn't done the things that get you the accolades, that get you the top seeds, that have the players on the floor, that's where you crumble. You have a lead, but you can't maintain it. It's too close. The big dog's going to make a run. That never happened in the UMBC Virginia game. Like, UMBC just took that thing, it was over, and you could tell it was over. Like, you were blown away because you had never seen it before, but you kind of figured it out. Like, halfway through, you know what? Virginia's going to lose this game. The Purdue Fairleigh Dickinson game coming right down to the last minute, and Fairleigh Dickinson's able to hold off the number one seed. That, to me, is why this was a bigger up They were at full strength being Purdue, but also because I think the margin of difficulty was greater considering everything that went into that game and that win.
So I agree. I think it was the biggest upset ever, for all of the reasons that you mentioned. And, not only did they have to hold them off, they just made more plays down the stretch. Now, that doesn't make it a bigger upset, but I thought that was a cool element of it as well, is exactly what you just said. You have situations where sometimes a team goes up big and they just maintain it like UMBC did. Sometimes you have situations where a team goes up big and has to hold on for dear life at the end. And then you have what Fairleigh Dickinson did last night, which was a back and forth, like it could have gone the other way a bunch of times, and they just made a bunch of plays. That was what was really cool to me, and credit to them. I do want to ask you about Purdue, though, because I just talked about this being a historic loss, only the second number one seed to ever lose in the first round of the tournament being Purdue. And I'll say this, is that this is something I've actually been on for a year. As I understand that Purdue isn't a national talking point for shows like us under a normal circumstance. But if you go back to last year, we all remember the iconic St. Peter's upset over Kentucky in round one of the NCAA tournament. It was, quite literally the dark point of the John Calipari era. And for a year, John Calipari got crushed, and he sort of got the monkey off his back last night by winning the first tournament game for Kentucky since that. I bring it up because while everyone remembers St. Peter's beating Kentucky, what a lot of people don't remember is that they won the second round game, and then they beat Purdue in the Sweet 16 when Purdue had a week to prepare, and they did, St. Peter's certainly didn't catch them off guard. And so what I want to ask you, I'll tell you what, we'll go to DeSager, and I want to talk about this on the other side, is from the Purdue perspective. I think you can make the case without a doubt. This is the worst 2 years ever in the history of the tournament for one program, losing to a 15 last year, 16 last night. I'll tell you what, we'll discuss that next. Before we do, though, we got a busy night in college basketball and the World Baseball Classic. So let's go ahead and toss it over to Steve DeSager with What's Trending.
It is another one of those great Saturday nights. A phenomenal ball game going on. It's sold out Miami right now on Fox TV. USA, with a berth in the semis of the World Baseball Classic on the line, is facing undefeated Venezuela. The Americans have taken the lead on a grand slam by Trey Turner in the eighth inning. U.S. now pitching bottom of the eighth, leading 9-7 over Venezuela. Brewers closer Devin Williams is on in relief. 3 runs in the top of the first for the Americans. In fact, the top 3 in their order each got on to start the game. Mookie Betts, Mike Trout, Paul Goldschmidt, they all came around to score. Venezuela eventually took the lead after U.S. starter Lance Lynn left the game. Jose Altuve has left this game, by the way, Venezuela's leadoff man from Houston, hit by pitch on the hand. As for March Madness, second round is this weekend in the NCAA tournament. 2 games going on tonight. The late contest just started a half an hour ago. Number 1 Alabama is down 14-13 to Maryland under 9 minutes to go in the first half. 2 seed UCLA is only leading 51-47 over Northwestern under 9 minutes to go in the game. Earlier, Arkansas beat 1 seed Kansas 72-71. Coach Bill Self of Kansas was still out, got out of the hospital last Sunday. KU led 11-2 early, led by 12 early second half, but the Jayhawks are out. 1 seed in the Midwest region, Houston came from behind to beat Auburn in Birmingham, 81-64. Houston was down 10 at the half. 2 seed Texas has put away Penn State 71-66. The Longhorns from three-point range were 1 of 13 tonight. On 2-pointers, though, 30 for 48. Texas advances. Dominant defense today from Tennessee and San Diego State. The Aztecs eliminated Furman 75-52, and Tennessee beat Duke 65-52. The Vols Thursday at Madison Square Garden will face the winner of Sunday night's FDU-FAU game. And Princeton, a 15 seed, advanced, beating Missouri 78-63. Princeton in a regional semifinal for the first time since 1967. NIT second-round wins for Vanderbilt and Cincinnati. In the NBA, Philadelphia won its 8th straight game, shot 61% from the floor at Indiana, and beat the Pacers 141-121. Joel Embiid, 31 points, his 9th straight 30-point game. And in the NHL, Boston won yet again, 5-2 at Minnesota, the Boston Bruins record. 52-11 and 5 overtime losses. Once again in March Madness, UCLA up 53-50 over Northwestern. About 7 minutes to go. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Steve DeSager. This is Fox Sports Radio, Fox Sports Saturday. Aaron Torres, Jason Martin. We are broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios, and we are brought to you by Discover. At the end of your first year, Discover credit card automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you've earned doubled. Seriously, see terms and conditions and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match. We'll keep you updated on the ongoing college hoop scores. DeSager just got you caught up for the time being. But I want to go back to that Purdue conversation, Jason, for a second, because, it strikes me is that with this tournament, the gift and the curse is that it's an awesome postseason. And college basketball is a lot different than, say, like college football, right? Like we love college football. We probably talk more than anybody on the network here just because of where we are. But so much of college basketball is defined solely by the NCAA tournament. I love college hoops. I understand most people don't watch the regular season. I get it. But throughout the history of the sport, it's always been defined by the coaches that couldn't get over the hump, and some of them eventually do, right? Roy Williams for years couldn't get over the hump. Jim Boeheim, ironically, for years couldn't get over the hump, win a national title. I grew up in Connecticut at a time when Jim Calhoun couldn't get over the hump, didn't make a Final Four until 99 when he wins his first national title. And I feel like we've gone through the process for years, criticizing all these guys, criticizing Tony Bennett, who lost again on Thursday in the opening round of the NCAA tournament. Purdue now has made, Matt Painter, their head coach, has been there 18 years, 1 Elite Eight, 0 Final Fours, and they're coming off. How about this? I saw this stat today, Jason. It's kind of incredible. There's only 3 coaches ever to lose to double-digit seeds in 3 separate NCAA tournaments. Tony Bennett, Lute Olson, and Matt Painter, who has now done it 3 years in a row. They lost to a 13 seed in the 2021 tournament, a 15 seed last year, a 16 seed this year. Don't even know what I'm trying to say, but it just feels like this is the new they can't get over the hump program, and I think they deserve any criticism they've gotten in the last 24 hours.
So I don't know if you remember me saying this last year, but I have said it on Fox Sports Radio for over half a decade. There are 2 coaches in March that I just don't trust. And I never pick those teams to do very much in the tournament because of this. Matt Painter's one of them. Rick Barnes is the other, but Barnes has gone to, 8 Sweet 16s or whatever. But I don't generally think he's a particularly strong coach in March based on results. But Matt Painter and Purdue, to your point, it's amazing how bad it gets for them and how catastrophic it ends up being. 17-15 is his NCAA tournament record as a coach. That's 2 games over 500. He has a 683 win percentage as a coach overall at 438 and 203.
2 games over 500, but the 15 losses indicates he's made 15 NCAA tournaments. So a lot of NCAA tournaments to his credit, which is a regular season success. So I don't want to discredit him for the regular season success, but 17-15 means 15 NCAA tournaments, only 2 games above 500. Continue. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I mean, the last 2 years, at certain times during the regular season, Purdue has been the number 1 team in the country.
Sure.
They finished this year in the AP poll number 3. Last year they finished number 10. They've been top 20, let's see, the last 7 years that it's mattered, they have been there, basically. And you look at all of it, and it's just like, well, what does it matter? Because to your point, this is a sport that is defined by this tournament and how you perform in this tournament. If you're not good in March, I don't know necessarily what you're accomplishing. I'm not out here saying, Matt Painter's job should be on the line. I am suggesting that this Purdue thing, it's gone from being troubling to being legitimately, massively problematic if you're a Purdue fan. I don't know what it is, but something about his style and his guys, it just seems to fall apart in March more often than not. This is a guy that hadn't made a Final Four. He's had a lot of talent come through there. There's been all kinds of hype surrounding the program entering the tournament. Oh, they're going to dominate. They're this, they're that. It never, ever, ever seems to happen for Purdue.
Let me ask you a quick question, switching gears to the Thursday games, because Dan Byer and I had this conversation the other day. I'm curious for your perspective. Another coach who is routinely disappointing Tony Bennett. Okay, so Virginia loses in the opening round of the NCAA tournament this year. Incredibly, that means that I'll just give you the stat. The last 6 seasons overall, Virginia has 6 NCAA tournament wins. They all came in the 2019 NCAA tournament when they won the national championship. Outside of that, you have a season where the tournament was canceled because of COVID, 1 trip to the NIT, and 3 first-round losses. I guess what I'm trying to ask you, because I had this conversation with Dan, when you think of Virginia, do you think of them more as the team that won a title or the team that loses in the first round? Because I'm not discrediting winning a national championship, but I do think that is another program that, to me, right now, this second, like, it's more about they continue to lose early in the first round, and I feel like the outlier season was a national title, and I know by definition a national title is an outlier, but that feels much more outlier to me than losing in the tournament early, even as a 1 seed.
They're both true, but I think the thing about Virginia that I always think is they can get beat at any time because their style is going to keep them close. Like, they're going to, whoever it is that they're playing against, generally they're not going to blow them out by 30 because they're not going to score 70 points. So that becomes the issue. If Virginia falls behind in an NCAA tournament game by 8 points, that might as well be 15 for a lot of teams because of the way they play, and just their offense just has never been dynamic outside of the year where they just had a lot of shot makers and a lot of playmakers when they did win the championship. I think the way Bennett coaches is built to win you a whole lot of basketball games. Obviously it has. I mean, Virginia was not a top-tier program before he got there. It had been since, probably Terry Holland or Jeff Jones or somebody like that when they were really doing anything of note in terms of who they were recruiting and what they were doing. So Tony Bennett runs a great program, and he runs an extremely clean program. But when you get to the NCAA tournament, their flaws start to show. And one of them is when it comes to offense, they are inept compared to a lot of these other teams. And as a result, you don't have to score 90 with them. You're not playing against the Golden State Warriors here. You're playing against those Bo Ryan, Wisconsin teams, but with less offense than those Bo Ryan, Wisconsin teams used to have. So I think that's part of it. I mean, I think they're both. They're the team that won the championship, and they're the team that gets knocked out way sooner than you'd think a team that is seeded the way they usually are does. And I think it's the style. I really do. I think that style is so rigid that if you can conquer it, you can beat it pretty easily.
Yeah, that's basically what you said is, one, it's what I agree with the style of play, but two, I don't think because you win a national title, it means that you're never immune to criticism with the results that he's had basically since then. The joke that I made on air the other day was, I'm a UConn fan. If winning a national title meant that you're not immune to criticism at all, then Kevin Ollie would still be the UConn head coach. But he had back-to-back losing seasons, and he stunk, and so he's out. And again, that doesn't mean, Matt Painter should be out or Tony Bennett should be out. That's not what this is about. But what it is about is part of how you're defined in this sport is what you do in the tournament as well as the regular season. Both those guys have struggled. Obviously, Matt Painter to a much more significant degree, considering that Virginia, of course, has that national title. Fox Sports Radio, Aaron Torres, Jason Martin, broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. Couple quick scores. Alabama has taken the lead in Birmingham, up 21-17 late in the first half. UCLA up 57-54, holding on against Northwestern, trying to advance to the West Regional semifinals, the Sweet 16. 3.5 minutes left. We'll keep you updated there. Coming up, we put a bow on the day of college basketball. Talk about one game that we just kind of glossed over. Your boy, Jason Martin, Rick Barnes. We got to talk about it. Tennessee knocking off Duke. We discuss that next. Fox Sports Radio.
Here we go. College basketball fans, the math is simple. March plus basketball equals drama.
Pushing, time running down.
Your men's tournament drama begins here. We're covering the tourney from every angle on Fox Sports Radio.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY. Why?
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Orangutans. They're beautiful, playful, and majestic, and disappearing. Every day, as many as 20 orangutans vanish. They starve to death when their homes are destroyed or are killed when they stray into villages in search of food. International Animal Rescue is fighting for the survival of the critically endangered orangutan. But we can't do it without you. Please visit internationalanimalrescue.org and help us save orangutans before it's too late. That's internationalanimalrescue.org.
What's up? I'm Tyrese Maxey, 21st overall pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, a guard for the Philadelphia 76ers, and I'm doing my very first podcast, Maxey on the Mic.
Tyrese.
We'll talk about games, catch up with some of my favorite NBA players, talk travel, food, music, who knows what else. Listen to Maxey on the Mic on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you go to get your podcast.
Before new Cascade Platinum Plus, I would pre-rinse all my dishes because my old detergent just wouldn't get them clean. But now, I do dishes differently. A no pre-wash, no rewash, money-back guaranteed kind of different. Because Cascade Platinum Plus has double the grease-fighting power of Dawn built right in, with twice the scrubbing power, giving me a clean that lets me break all the dish rules. I just scrape, load, and I'm done. Yep. So clean. With Cascade Platinum Plus, I dare to dish differently.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Hey everyone, it's Cassidy Hubbarth from ESPN.
I'm Nico Ramos, a sports broadcaster here in Manila.
Together, we have a new podcast we can't wait to share with you. Hoops Paradise, the Philippines' love of the game.
You know, there's religion, there's politics, and there's basketball. And those are the three things you talk about in the Philippines.
It's a basketball love affair like no other. Listen to Hoops Paradise, the Philippines' love of the game, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
AM 800 KXIC.
This is The Herd. Attention listeners. With Colin Cowherd.
Mythology is a powerful thing. Michael Jordan in talks to sell his stake, majority stake, in the Charlotte Hornets. Now, I would say this. I was as big a fan as anybody of Michael Jordan. But lost in all of this, in the highlight culture, you never see Michael's misses. It should be noted, he didn't win squat before Scottie Pippen. But the best owners and the best coaches and the best executives are about elevating others. Michael is great at elevating Michael. For all the mythology, and he's as good a basketball player as I've ever seen, he failed at baseball, he failed at owning a team, he was bad with the Wizards, and all he did was score points and alienate people when he got to Chicago.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
AM 800
When you
KXIC,
call yourself
Iowa
the
City.
premier sports lineup in the nation, you have to back it up. Well, my friends, we do. Check these names. Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Doug Gottlieb.
Spectacular.
Cavino and Rich, Chris Broussard, Rob Parker, Ben Maller, Jason Smith, and Mike Harmon. Is that premiere enough? Listen to all those names right here.
Really?
On Fox Sports Radio. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Welcome back, everybody. Fox Sports Radio. Aaron Torres, Jason Martin, broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. UCLA in a tight one with Northwestern. UCLA up by 3 with 2 minutes to go. Alabama up by 4 early in the first half. Late in the first half, I should say, against Maryland. Jason, I want to get to one other result from earlier today. You live in Tennessee. And Rick Barnes, head coach of Tennessee, has gone through a lot of criticism through the years for some of his NCAA tournament successes and failures. Last year, they had maybe the hottest team in college basketball, end up losing in the second round of the tournament. And, of course, Rick Barnes once famously lost in the second round with Kevin Durant. I say it to say they went ahead and beat Duke today to advance to the Sweet 16. Credit to Rick Barnes, credit to Tennessee, because they are without their starting point guard, Sakai Ziegler. Really quickly, I'll just say this before we even get to Tennessee. I was starting to think that Duke was a lot less hateable without Coach K. It seemed as though there were a lot of people that enjoyed seeing Duke lose today to the Tennessee Vols.
Yeah, I mean, as you're watching the game, I mean, I think there's a little bit of an effect where it's like you still see the jersey and you still can find some level of hate for it. I think after a while that will wane if they don't, win big. But they came into the tournament, ESPN started talking a lot about them again. That other network started talking a whole lot about Duke again. They won 9 in a row. They were hot. Here's Roach is back. Everything rocking and rolling. I had them going pretty deep in the tournament. I had them beating Tennessee, but I'll tell you, when I woke up today, I said, that's going to be wrong. I just had a sense that it was going to be wrong because it's not hard to get up to play Duke. It's just not. Like, Duke's your opponent. If you're a physical team, styles make fights. We heard that constantly surrounding the Purdue Fairleigh Dickinson game. And it was a terrible matchup for Purdue, and Fairleigh Dickinson sped them up. Edey was ineffective and looked so slow out there. Slower than he's looked at any point all season because of the pace of the game. Well, what do we know Tennessee does? They play incredible defense, and they played incredible defense. There were a lot of whistles in that game both ways. What's amazing is it was a 65-52 win. It should have been worse because Roach should have fouled out with about 10 minutes left. They ended up moving a foul to Proctor that they shouldn't have, because Proctor actually did not foul the Tennessee player. It should have gone on Roach. He should have fouled out of the game right there. He ends up not fouling out, and they still end up just getting dominated, especially in the second half, and it was a physical thing. But I do think that there are a couple of things. Like, I did look at Filipowski and say, all right, that still looks like one of the Duke players.
Sure.
There's a little bit of it. But I think it's just more, there's going to be an effect. Even now, like, it's still kind of fun to watch the Patriots lose if you're not a Patriots fan. That will change. But we're still relatively close to the time where Duke was still eminently hateable by much of the country. It'll back off if Duke just kind of recedes and becomes kind of an average program. We're not far enough away from them being dominant yet for it to have completely worn off. I watched that game and I was thinking about it. I was just like, man, Tennessee fans are going to go nuts after this. I've covered that team for quite a while until this season, and they're going to treat this as if they beat Duke. This is not one of the great Duke teams we've ever seen, but I mean, Colin Cowherd, right? Didn't Cowherd say on his show a couple days ago he picked Duke to win the entire thing? Like, it's still Duke. It's still, like, you saw it and you realized the marquee game of the day was Duke-Tennessee, and Tennessee was flat out better than they were.
Quick update here. UCLA has just secured a rebound, up for 36 seconds left. They're going to go to the foul line. Tiger Campbell, one of the best foul shooters in the country going, so UCLA in good position, nothing certain to hold on. Really quickly, Jason, from the Tennessee perspective, again, I know Tennessee's not a huge national talking point, but I think most people that will be listening to us know the name Rick Barnes, again, coached Kevin Durant and a million other guys. what is the vibe like right now in the state of Tennessee? Because this guy has gone through so much as a head coach. This program has been through a lot. They get the win in a season where everyone had just kind of given up on them after their starting point guard gets hurt. I was kind of happy to see the success of this team, which is now headed to New York for the Sweet 16.
I mean, it's interesting. When they're favored heavily, that's when you need to watch out, because that's usually when the bottom falls out on a Tennessee team. We saw it with the number 1 seed Vols in baseball last year. The number 1 team that played Georgia in college football, and this was before the debacle at South Carolina and everything else. The best thing that could have happened to this team is to be the opposite of last year in terms of how it's perceived going into the tournament, because nobody was giving them any real shot. They weren't really talking about them last year. Everybody was talking about them. They played against Michigan and shot like 19% from the field. That one wasn't on Rick Barnes. Nobody could hit a shot wearing a Tennessee uniform. So I think that's it. When they are not playing with expectations, they can be really dangerous because we know what they can do defensively. So, again, you're not going to run away from them or blow them out. They're going to be there, and as physical and big as they are, they can continue to cause trouble, and their next opponent is either going to be Fairleigh Dickinson or Florida Atlantic. So we may be seeing them in the Elite Eight.
I know. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, especially with Tennessee. You do that, and Vol Nation will come down on you hard. But
yes,
they have a very advantageous matchup. They will play the winner of Fairleigh Dickinson and Florida Atlantic in the next round. But we got to get to football. Aaron Rodgers. He's going to be a Jet.
Oh, yeah. Let's do this.
Fox Sports Radio.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text SAVVY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text SAVVY to 42424. That's SAVVY to 42424.
We're doing it again. That's right, it's time for a push, pull, or drag sale. Hi, it's Forrest Brown from the Browns family of dealerships. Push, pull, or drag is our most popular sales event, and I always get asked how it is so successful. I just explained, we try to make things easy, straightforward, and fun. Now till the end of March, we'll give you a minimum of $1,500 for your old clunker on any used vehicle priced at $4,000 and up. All of our inventory is clearly marked with our everyday low prices. No gimmicks or hassles. You see it in black and white. Grab your title and your old clunker and get to any Browns location. We have a great selection of over 300 quality used vehicles in stock to choose from. We also have finance specialists on hand who can arrange financing for your budget. So stop by and talk to some of the friendliest people in the business, pick out your vehicle, and see how easy it can be. That's the Browns family of dealerships in Guttenberg, Elkader, West Branch, and Victory Ford in Dyersville. Check us out online at victorywithbrowns.com.
Hello, this is Jamie Heimer with Pinnacle Realty. If you're looking for help to get pre-approved, give me a call at 319-651-9617. It's easier than you think.
Dear driver, on the way to pick up my child, my life flashed before my eyes. It was me you nearly crashed into. Time stopped. I felt hot, like I was wrapped in a blanket. I was thrown into a blur of blinding colors. I saw my husband, children, and mother standing over me. I heard someone screaming. It was me. I saw my hands on the steering wheel. My car steered to avoid you, but it didn't seem like I was even driving. My car stopped alongside the road. I was shaking and out of breath. I was so scared. For me? For other drivers? For you? Dear driver, we share the same roads. Please be careful. Our loved ones are waiting.
What drives you? This message brought to you by the Iowa Department of Transportation.
Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take us with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, get thousands of other stations and playlists all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Like there really isn't.
Anybody who says otherwise,
He's buff,
I will fight you.
tough, and outspoken.
I don't actually hate to be that guy. I am that guy.
Find out for yourself.
And I will point that out.
It's the Doug Gottlieb Show.
Yeah.
Tune in weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken. Wow. You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on
Hawkeye
FS1
Sports
the
and Fox Sports.
app.
AM 800, KXIC Iowa City. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting.
And here's what you need to know.
USA Baseball has just advanced to the semifinals of the World Baseball Classic and sold out Miami tonight on Fox TV. The Americans got a grand slam in the top of the 8th from Trey Turner to beat previously undefeated Venezuela 9-7. Sunday night in a semifinal, it'll be the U.S. against Cuba. Final seconds of a second-round NCAA tournament game in college hoops. UCLA holding on to a lead of 66-60 over Northwestern. The late games at halftime in Birmingham. #1 Alabama leads 28-23 over Maryland. Earlier there, 1-seed Houston advanced in comeback fashion over Auburn, 81-64. 2-seed Texas put away Penn State, 71-66. Arkansas upset #1 seed Kansas in the West region, 72-71. Princeton advanced over Missouri, wins with great defense from Tennessee and San Diego State. I'm Steve DeSager.
This is Fox Sports Saturday. Fox Sports Saturday is on. The plays, the interviews, the players, the coaches, the breaking news, the top stories. When it goes down, we will cover it all.
You better step up and get in control.
Fox Sports Saturday is right now. Live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio. Here's Aaron Torres and Jason Martin.
Welcome in, everybody. Hour 2, Fox Sports Radio. Aaron Torres, Jason Martin. We are broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com will help you get there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. As the Sager just told you, UCLA up on Northwestern late. It looks like they will hold on for the win. It is noteworthy, though, their sixth man, really talented player, David Singleton, who has basically been pressed into the starting lineup because of an injury to Jalen Clark. He just went down with what looked like a very nasty ankle injury, so another injury for UCLA, as they will probably advance to face the winner of Gonzaga-TCU tomorrow in the West region. By the way, UCLA up 7 and just fouled a three-point shooter. So, college basketball, it giveth, it taketh away. They're actually up 8, by the way. But college basketball, it's a little bit different than the pros. We love it. We love the passion. We love the intensity. But kids do some really silly stuff sometimes, including Amari Bailey fouling an 87% three-point free throw shooter, Jason Martin.
Yeah. So we've had two 2 seeds that have been challenged, one by Penn State, one by Northwestern. Both of them are going to win. I think Texas kind of pulled away a little more convincingly than UCLA did against Northwestern. But yet again, who are you supposed to feel good about? Texas is my pick to win the thing. But they easily could have lost that game. They didn't lose it. I mean, you have to win some close games usually in this tournament, especially in a year like this where the dominance is just not the same. There's not that one team that's just head and shoulders above everybody else 1-5. There are teams with stars on them, but it depends on which stars show up the brightest as to what we're going to see. I mean, Alabama's the number 1 overall seed. Well, they're up 5 at the half against Maryland. They're not up 20. So that's the kind of tournament that we have. And that's a great thing for sports fans, especially ones that don't gamble, because we can just kind of sit here and watch the basketball, even though a lot of these guys aren't necessarily household names, and a lot of the teams that we are likely to see in later rounds are not going to be household brands. And that's usually not great for the tournament, but the tournament, again, sells itself, and the basketball has been dramatic, even though, as you mentioned, you know, the younger players often do some kind of incredibly dumb things at times. They have, you know, those brain fart kind of moments. We see this all the time. It's one of the reasons why college sports can be so much fun and high school sports can be so much fun as well, because you just kind of never know for sure what you're going to see. We did see J.R. Smith in an NBA Finals game do something about as dumb as anything we've ever seen a college player do. So it's not restricted to college athletes. It does seem like the younger, less mature, haven't played for as long probably, they're more apt to make the big mistake late that you're not expecting.
Really quick, UCLA is a final. 68-63, they advance to the Sweet 16 where they will face the winner of TCU and Gonzaga, who play tomorrow. David Singleton, I think he got hurt, but then I think I also just saw him in the layup line, or the handshake line. Oh, we just had a couple photographers take a spill in the background there. I don't know if anybody saw that. Mick Crone is trying to do an interview. I hope everybody's okay there. A couple photographers took a spill. UCLA advances. By the way, Jason, you know, you mentioned two number 2 seeds surviving today, Texas and UCLA. We didn't even mention in hour one what a mega story that we probably should, which is that a 15 seed Princeton beat Arizona in the opening round and has now beaten Missouri to advance to the Sweet 16. So credit to the Princeton Tigers. I love the stats that got thrown out about them. Only team in the tournament without scholarship players. Of course, the Ivies don't hand out athletic scholarships, so credit to Princeton. They have advanced. 2 number 2 seeds, 2 number 1 seeds do advance today, though. UCLA and Texas off the 2 line. Houston off of the 1 line. I guess only 1 number 1 seed has. Alabama is still playing. I take that back, so I apologize. Fox Sports Radio, Aaron Torres, Jason Martin, broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. With that said, as much as I love college hoops, it was a busy week in the NFL as well, and so let's transition to that. And Jason, obviously the big story, it came on Wednesday when we were kind of trying to figure out what's going on with this Aaron Rodgers, New York Jets stuff. And Aaron Rodgers did make an appearance on Pat McAfee. It was a wide-ranging interview, but for anyone who somehow missed it over the last couple of days, this was the important part you need to know.
At this point, as I sit here, you know, I think since Friday, I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets. And I haven't been holding anything up at this point. It's been compensation that the Packers are trying to get for me and kind of digging their heels in.
So that was Aaron Rodgers, courtesy of the Pat McAfee show on Wednesday. You know, Jason, I'll say this, is that, you know, it was a wide-ranging interview. There was a lot that went on. But I will say that I do believe Aaron Rodgers from the perspective of he wants to be a Jet, and at this point it's on the Packers and the Jets to figure things out. Because bottom line is, and I think you and I might have talked about this last week, but maybe not actually, because it really struck me when Jimmy G did sign with the Raiders. I kind of said to myself, I said, okay, Derek Carr is a Saint. Jimmy G's a Raider. Baker Mayfield, by the way, is now with Tampa. Like, the Jets are kind of out of options. Yeah. And so when you double that down with what Mark Murphy said, what we did discuss last week on this show, which was him saying if everything goes well, essentially Aaron Rodgers will not be a Packer. It leads me to believe that Aaron, listen, he twists things and isn't always totally 100% accurate with the media. I think this is a thing. I think what he said on Pat McAfee is true, and I think now it's on the Jets and the Packers to figure things out, and I think next time we see Aaron Rodgers, he's going to be wearing that jet on the side of his helmet.
To that point that you just made, the Jets are in kind of we better get Aaron Rodgers because we don't have anything else other than Chris Streveler and
they don't even
Zach
have Mike
Wilson.
White anymore.
No,
Mike
they
White's
don't have
gone.
Mike White. That's exactly right. So what does that tell you? Well, it tells me if I'm the Packers, I'm asking for everything under the sun because I'm going to look at the Jets. I'm going to see, what else are you going to do? You have to take our guy. So with that said, give me this, give me this, give me this. They can dig their heels in and hold on. I agree with you. I mean, I think what Aaron Rodgers said is accurate too. I think it was real. But that's not the part of what Aaron Rodgers said that really kind of led to the eye roll. The thing that was stunning to me, and I don't know that I buy this, but he is spiteful enough for this to be true.
Go ahead.
90% I was going to retire. I came out of the Embrace the Darkness retreat and found out they were shopping me, and that changed everything. So you were going to retire. You were 90% retired. You came out, found out that the Packers were shopping you, and now I got to play. Either that's the most spiteful thing I've ever heard, or it's not true. And if it was, I can't imagine that the Packers wouldn't have known if you were that close to retiring. Like, hey, guys, I'm really seriously considering retiring here. But ultimately, what we have kind of said, and both of us moved to this point last week and said, yeah, we think he's gone. The Packers are tired of this. They're Gutekunst and Mark Murphy and Matt LaFleur, they're just tired of this. They've seen it now for 3 years in a row, and they've won a lot of games, but they've won nothing in the playoffs at all. And eventually, especially after the season that he just had, are you going to put up with that when the benefits no longer outweigh the problems to the same degree that they used to? But him saying he was 90% retired, came out of the darkness retreat, found out they were shopping him, and then everything changed. If that's true, that's one of the saddest things I've ever heard. If I'm a Jet fan, I don't like hearing that. Because if he was that close to retiring, you're telling me he's going to be 100% in purely out of spite to prove to the Packers that they're making a mistake? I don't like that at all if I'm a Jets fan. Not at all.
Well, I do think there's an element to, the timeline I agree with. I don't know. Listen, I think Aaron Rodgers, I don't know if you would call it a flair for the dramatic because I don't know if it's flair is the right word. I don't know that I buy that he went into the darkness 90% set to retire. We've talked about it many times. I do tend to think that he is a guy that loves the attention, loves the spotlight. And yes, at some point he is going to step away. I'm not sold that it was going to be right now when, one, he knows he has something left in the tank, and two, he didn't know he had options. And so
he also has $60 million.
$60 million.
That's the other thing. He has $60 million that he was going to leave to retire. Now,
that's very good point.
What you're saying was my point. That spite thing, he's just spiteful enough for me to believe that that's possible in his own brain. No way do I think he went into the darkness retreat 90% sure he was going to retire. I do not believe that. I think it might have been in the back of his mind, maybe I could retire or whatever, but I just don't think, especially knowing what he was leaving on the table monetarily, that he would have just walked away and that he walked into, some outhouse in Oregon with a light switch on the inside and said, yeah, I'm definitely going to retire. Then you come out and find out the Packers are shopping you. This whole thing is designed to try and get me sympathy if I'm Aaron Rodgers. The way this is coming across, hey, I'm trying to do the right thing. I said I was going to be a Jet on Friday. You could see this. They're holding up the deal. It's not me. It's you. No. Because it's been you too many times in the past, Aaron. That's the problem. We know how this has gone, and we know who the culprit has been in the past. And, of course, we get our wish list of Alan Lazard and Randall Cobb and Odell Beckham Jr. and Mercedes Lewis at age 65 and all of this other stuff. And it's just no, this is just the Aaron Rodgers experience. This is what the Jets have decided they're going to sign up for. And once Derek Carr signed, you knew that was pretty much the only thing they had left.
Well, I'll tell you what, you just mentioned what I want to talk about next, which is the idea of, okay, if he's already talking about I was sort of retired, maybe I was, maybe I wasn't, what does it mean for him with the Jets? Because I could see it going really well or really poorly. We'll discuss that next. Before we do, I should mention that today's show is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. Coming up, we're almost certain Aaron Rodgers is going to the Jets. But what exactly are they going to get out of him? We'll discuss that next. Fox Sports Radio.
Bracket busted? Spirit been crushed? We understand. It's okay. Let it out. How about the cry? Let us be that shoulder to cry on. Bring it in, big guy. The tournament is going down. You can feel the madness. This is Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. I just learned Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you earned doubled. All the cash back from eating at your favorite soup dumpling restaurant doubled. All the cash back from that trip where you sort of learned how to snowboard also doubled. And the best part, you don't have to do anything ridiculous to get it. Nope, Discover does it automatically. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone, America's #1 brakes destination. We have the pads, rotors, drums, shoes, and brake fluids to improve your stopping power. Right now, save 15% when you get any 2 Duralast rotors with a set of Duralast brake pads. Missing a tool? Ask about our free Loan-A-Tool program and borrow the tools you need to get the job done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the MPD Group 2021. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool.
What if you could build a 6-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a 6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Kitchen, best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
Everybody needs an edge. The other guy is working on his edge right now, whether you have one or not. Testosterone levels are at an all-time low historically, and individual T levels in men decline 1% every year with age. There's a new champion of natural testosterone boosters, and it's called CHOQ, C-H-O-Q. 100% natural herbal extracts with game-changing effects on your energy, mood, and focus. CHOQ Daily's main ingredient has been clinically studied to boost testosterone 20% in 90 days. Supercharge your masculinity with higher T and a massive boost of energy by taking CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack every day. Take the 90-day CHOQ Challenge and reap the benefits of the reigning champion of natural men's health with CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack. For a very limited time only, CHOQ, C-H-O-Q, is giving our listeners a 30% discount with promo code USA. That's CHOQ.com, code USA, for 30% off while supplies last.
What's up? I'm Tyrese Maxey, 21st overall pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, a guard for the Philadelphia 76ers, and I'm doing my very first podcast, Maxey on the Mic.
Tyrese!
We'll talk about games, catch up with some of my favorite NBA players, talk travel, food, music, who knows what else. Listen to Maxey on the Mic on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you go to get your podcast.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
AM 800 KXIC.
Now, I don't know if that's the only reason why it's kind of become a foregone conclusion that Dan is going to sell the team, but I can only imagine.
To get the rest of LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, and Jonas Knox, podcast by searching Two Pros and a Cup of Joe. Listen to Two Pros and a Cup of Joe weekdays from 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
I mean, come on.
Self-promoters.
I was already covering the NBA.
Always dropping knowledge.
They worked them over like a burger and fries.
And always odd.
I had to climb over barbed wire fences. I need baby oil.
It's Rob Parker.
Hear me out, Chris Broussard.
And Chris Broussard.
That's what they call me.
And they're the odd couple.
Odd couple.
You can hear them right here. Wow. Just listen. Weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
AM 800 KXIC.
This is who we are.
Our business is sports. We're going to do our thing.
We're your friend.
Yes!
We're that pain in the butt.
Oh!
We're the one that makes you think.
So the speculation is...
And we're the reason why you take your time out of the day to listen.
Bingo. Thank you very much.
We're Fox Sports Radio.
And of course, the formidable Fox Sports Radio lineup.
And this is who we are. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Test.
1.
Welcome back, everybody. Fox Sports Radio. Aaron Torres, Jason Martin broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. DeSager will have an update for you on the one remaining college hoops game momentarily. Alabama, Maryland just tipping off the second half. Before we went to break, we were talking a little bit about the news of the week in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show essentially saying that he wants to be a Jet, and at this point it is time for the Packers. The Packers, basically, the ball is in their court. They got to make a move, all that good stuff. First of all, Jason, I'll say this. I think you just brought up a really good point and a really interesting point, which is that, you know, I understand that the Packers want to move on from the Aaron Rodgers, era and are ready to see what Jordan Love has. It's also very interesting that Aaron Rodgers, I think, in a way I think he was trying to do two things. I think he was trying to, one, let the world know, hey, if this doesn't work out, if I'm a Jet, it's not because it's what I wanted. I think that was one thing that he was trying to do. And two, I think he was trying to, proverbially move the ball down the field and try to get this thing in going. But in the process, I think he kind of cut the legs out from the Jets, who now all of a sudden everybody knows they have no options. Everybody knows that's where Aaron wants to be. Everybody knows that, there's no other real option for him in the same way that the Jets have no real option. They're going to get a deal done at some point, but I think he was kind of trying to do one thing, and I think he kind of is already kind of screwing over his new team even before he officially gets there, Jason.
Yeah, saying that out loud pretty much took all the leverage and put it right back into his old team's hands, because now they can try to charge a king's ransom. Now the Jets can hold out long and they can wait until June to try and get this all done, and they can, wait until after the draft to see what the picks are and everything else. But generally, now, the cat's out of the bag. All the quarterbacks are signed everywhere. Even guys that you wouldn't have wanted as your top option are gone. Like the Mariotas of the world are gone. I mean, Blaine Gabbert's going to be off the board within the next couple of days. Like, there's no one left. And we all know you're not rolling out there with Zach Wilson next year. Like, that's not a thing that can happen if you're Robert Saleh and you're Joe Douglas and you are trying to hang on to your job because everybody sees the team that you have outside of the quarterback and says, well, you better find a quarterback because we have high expectations for your franchise. So you know what they're doing and you know who they have to land based on who is currently available. And that right there, if I'm Green Bay, I'm going to make them sweat this out because I can. Because I can demand 2 first-rounders. I can demand the same thing that Detroit was able to try and command for Matthew Stafford, which reportedly is what the Packers are trying to pull. I don't think they'll get that. I don't think they should at this point either. But that's a big-time problem. Saying that before the deal was done, yeah, you're trying to get it to the finish line. It's going to get to the finish line anyway. What you did is remove the leverage from the place you're going to end up or the place you're trying to end up at this stage and place it firmly in the hands of the team that you're leaving that decided to cut bait and wants to go in another direction. And as such, the team that you're going to is not going to have maybe all of the assets that they would have had for you because you decided to say that publicly before it was done.
So with that said, let's turn our attention to what's next. It's going to happen. I'm with you at some point. The deal is going to get done. It's just a matter of how long the Packers leverage this thing. Because I do think from the Packers' perspective, too, they probably want this to be done to kind of let Jordan Love know, hey, you're our guy. We believe in you. Let's move forward. So with that said, I want to start with the Jets because I find the whole situation fascinating because I'll say this, Jason. I don't think there's a consensus with Aaron Rodgers on the Jets. It's going to work. It's not going to work. I will say I feel like more of what I've heard from people is that they expect it to not work. In other words, it's the Jets. They always screw up. Something always goes wrong. Plus, it's Rodgers. He's quirky. He's different. He's at the tail end of his career. He didn't look that good last season. He's coming off an injury. He's going to be 40 years old, whatever. And I can see that happening because it is the Jets and the AFC is really tough. But I could also see a motivated Aaron Rodgers for the first time since literally the green room in 2006 when he was drafted, 2005, whatever it was. It's clear that people do not believe in him. And I'll just say, one, there's wins to be had in that division. The Patriots, I don't believe in. And the Dolphins, we'll see if Tua can stay healthy. And even the Bills, I could see the Bills taking a step back next year after back-to-back real playoff disappointments like they've had the last 2 years. 2 years ago wasn't a disappointment, but it was a crushing loss. This year was a crushing loss in a different way. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if I'm picking today, I don't know that I'm picking the Jets to win the AFC East, win the Super Bowl, anything like that. But I could see it going very well. But I could also see it going really bad. What do you like when it happens, when we get Aaron Rodgers in that new green uniform, what do you expect to see? Because I could see it going either way, Jason.
It just feels like to me there's too much that's not about football right now, and you just wonder if that circus stops when the season starts. Now it has in the past in Green Bay, even with all the kind of wishy-washy off-season stuff and the disappearing and the showing up shirts and showing up in the office shirt randomly on the first day of OTAs or the first day of training camp and all these different things that have happened. But the Jets, it's a different animal. The one thing I'm not concerned about is Aaron Rodgers dealing with the media because, again, I said last week he's been a maestro with the media. He handles them beautifully because he just does whatever he wants and he says whatever he wants and he usually has some motivation behind it. And I think he gets generally what he asks for and what he requests from the media. The problem, I just think, is there's just too much here. There's too much other stuff going on. You're going into a completely new surrounding. This does not feel like Brady to Tampa. It just doesn't. Even though when Brady left New England, some people thought he was completely washed and done because the last time we saw him, we saw the Titans beating them beating the brakes off them, basically, and them looking old and not very good. But it turned out that was not a Brady problem. That was a Patriots roster construction problem more than anything else. This just feels different to me. What we saw last year from Aaron Rodgers, it wasn't good for a long time. And then they beat up on a fairly easy schedule down the stretch. But then when they had basically a de facto playoff game, all they had to do was beat the Lions, whose season was over. Beat them at home on Sunday Night Football to get into the playoffs. They couldn't do it. As a number one seed the year before, they lost in the snow to Jimmy Garoppolo because Aaron Rodgers played an awful game, and really all they could do was special teams, and that was enough for San Francisco to win the game. So I look at all of that, and I'm just like, there's no evidence that Aaron Rodgers is the guy that's going to get you to the promised land in a conference that is 5 times tougher than the one that he's leaving, that he hasn't been able to make it to the Super Bowl in over a decade. That's my biggest issue, is just, it's not that he can't play at all anymore. It's that so many other guys have caught up to him and are now more dynamic than he is, that the margin for error that maybe he used to possess, I don't think he does anymore. And he's going to a franchise that, look, if it starts to go bad, that's when it's, oh, this is the same old Jets. Like, they're just cursed. It's never going to change. That becomes kind of a prophecy that you can fulfill if it goes badly out of the gates. I think it'll probably look pretty good at first. It'll be kind of up and down. I think it's more likely this is a 9-8 kind of team, a 10-7 kind of team maybe. Do they make the playoffs? It's possible, but I don't look at them and say this is a legit contender if they get Aaron Rodgers in 2023.
I tend to agree with all that. I think it'll be really interesting, and I think the other thing, and I know you kind of referenced it, but not only have a lot of guys passed them, but to kind of past him or are equal to him in terms of talent and dynamicism and all that good stuff. To use a college basketball term, they're all on the same side of the bracket as him now. You know, like this isn't. If you get through Brady, you're in a pretty good spot to go to the Super Bowl. This is, if you get through Burrow, now you got Allen. You get through Allen, you got Mahomes. You get through Mahomes, you got Trevor Lawrence. So it is going to be fascinating to watch unfold, especially because of the fact that, again, it feels like it's inching towards the finish line. Aaron Rodgers basically put the ball in the Packers' court and said, hey, let's get it done. Fox Sports Radio, Aaron Torres, Jason Martin broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. Coming up, we'll look at it from the other side of things, the Packers. What is next for them in the Jordan Love era? Before we get to that, though, let's turn it over to the news desk to Sager. We got one college basketball game left, my friend.
And it's with number 1. Alabama playing in Birmingham leads 40-30 over Maryland. About 14 minutes to go, second half of that game. UCLA survived in Northern California. The 2-seed advanced over Northwestern 68-63. The Bruins are already missing this whole postseason the Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year, Jalen Clark, who was hurt in the last game of the season. Adem Bona did start after he's had a shoulder injury, seemed to re-injure it during the game. And David Singleton, as you mentioned, of the Bruins, rolled his ankle, and it didn't look good in the final minute of the game. His coach called it afterwards just a bad sprain, and in fact, Singleton himself was walking through the handshake line, as you mentioned.
It was weird. I was like, is that him? Like, I just saw it. Like, he could have put weight on his ankle 30 seconds ago, and that it was the same guy.
And he said to the media afterwards, I just rolled my ankle. I'm fine. So there we go. It's going to be a few days until the Sweet 16 matchup, of course, but UCLA does advance. The top seed in the West region, Kansas, is out. Arkansas trailed most of the night tonight and still beat the Jayhawks 72-71. Top seed in the Midwest region, Houston, was down 10 at the half, but beat Auburn in Birmingham 81-64. 2-seed Texas survived 71-66 against Penn State. And yes, Tennessee's defense was on for after the first 5 minutes for the rest of the game today in eliminating Duke 65-52. San Diego State, speaking of defense, won 75-52 over Furman, which shot 32% from the floor. And 15-seed Princeton has advanced over Missouri 78-63. If Princeton can actually win in the Sweet 16, and they're in that round for the first time since back in the 1960s, they could actually be in a regional final later for the first time since 1965, back when Hall of Famer Bill Bradley was their star. To the NBA, the late game goes to Utah in a comeback against the Boston Celtics, 118-117. Now, the Celtics would have clinched a playoff spot with a win or a Miami loss Miami lost 113-99 at Chicago. Memphis beat Golden State 133-119. The Warriors' record on the road this year, 7-29. Houston won its Philadelphia won its 8th straight game, 141-121 at Indiana, and Houston Astro players were starring on both sides at the World Baseball Classic quarterfinal. That was in itself a classic. It sold out Miami tonight. First, the bad news. The Astros leadoff man Jose Altuve left as he was hit by a pitch on the right thumb. It is reportedly broken, but there will be an exam by the Astros themselves, and then they'll have further word this coming weekend, likely. Sunday night, the semifinal in Miami on FS1 will have the U.S. with starting pitcher Adam Wainwright against Cuba. Tonight, top of the 8th, Trey Turner with a grand slam to put the Americans back in front. Kyle Tucker of Houston had 3 hits, the save to Houston closer Ryan Presley. Again in college hoops, under 13 minutes to go in the late game, number 1 Alabama leads 44-35 over Maryland. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Steve DeSager. Fox Sports Radio, Fox Sports Saturday. Aaron Torres, Jason Martin broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. And we are brought to you by Discover. At the end of your first year, Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you've earned doubled. Seriously, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match. We'll keep you updated on the final game in college hoops. As DeSager just told you, Alabama is up by 9. That is the final game of today's round of 32 results, at least on the men's side. The women's side is still going strong here in their opening round. So fun time of year with hoops, but it's also obviously a fun time of year with the transactions across the NFL. The big one isn't official yet. That is, of course, Aaron Rodgers to the Jets. We expect it to happen soon. Aaron Rodgers said on Pat McAfee earlier this week, he plans to play next year and he plans to play for the Jets. And now it's up to the Jets and the Packers to come together on some sort of compensation. Just talked about the Jets' perspective, Jason. I want to switch gears to the Packers. I know last week I kind of asked you, what would you expect if you saw from Jordan Love? But I kind of want to take it to a different perspective, but still with the Packers. And that's this, is that, you know, just canvassing things this week, and I'm far from a NFL expert or an NFL insider, and I know that social media isn't always a reflection. But it feels to me like most Packers fans are ready to move on. Just basically, and I'll readily admit, I do sort of get it, right? It's, 3-4 years now, every offseason, Aaron puts you through something. I'm going to retire. I'm not going to retire. Contract talks, all that good stuff. And so I only bring it up because it feels as though the Packers are ready to move on. And I get why this year it's a little bit different. They didn't make the playoffs, as you just alluded to a minute ago. But what I keep thinking as I see all this, and I wish Jordan Love luck. I'm not saying that he's going to fail or I hope he fails or anything like that. But this is an organization, Jason. I mean, there's really no fan that's essentially under the age of 40 right now that remembers the Packers without a Hall of Fame quarterback. I'm 37 going on 38. I don't remember the Packers pre-Brett Favre. And so I bring it up because I just think it's really easy for a fan base to sit there and say, oh, you got to go, it's time, Jordan Love. It's like, yeah, Jordan Love could be a Hall of Famer, but more likely than not, he's going to be an average to slightly above average to slightly below average quarterback. You can't win a Super Bowl with that. I just think it's a fine line to walk. I understand where the Packers fans are coming from. I also think they could be looking up in November wishing number 12 was still with them.
Yeah, see, there's nothing I could say about Jordan Love that I should say right now because I just haven't seen enough. He certainly hasn't, blown me away. And there have been moments where he could have played and they didn't put him in the game at different times. And I always got the sense in the offseason before last year that they did not believe in Jordan Love.
Sure.
And that they were kind of leaking that information here and there strategically so that we would all be able to read the tea leaves and recognize that they didn't believe in Jordan Love. Now it's Jordan Love or bust, and he's going to be a great player, and even Aaron Rodgers is saying he's going to be a great player. And now you have a lot of these analysts and analytics guys and all this kind of stuff that really weren't singing Jordan Love's praises or talking about him in a positive sense at all that now seem to be completely bought in on him. He might be great. He also might stink. We have no idea right now. I think that, look, there are very few teams in the NFL that have the quarterback that you really need that is a true difference maker that always gives you a chance. The Packers are a franchise that have had that, kind of like the Colts did, right? The Colts had Peyton Manning and they went to Andrew Luck. And now you've got the Packers going from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers. Like, that is so lucky. And so many fan bases can actually tell you just how lucky that is because of how rare that is. What Green Bay fans are likely to experience now is what just about everybody else in the league does, which is our quarterback's middle of the road, means our defense better show up, means our running game's got to be good, means our coaching's got to be solid, our game plan, our clock management, all those things that you can kind of sometimes overlook because you have a transcendent first ballot, no doubt, Hall of Fame, all-time great thrower of the football back there. That's not going to necessarily be there anymore, which just means they're going to become another football team. They're going to go from the team led by Brett Favre and the team led by Aaron Rodgers to one of the NFL franchises in the NFC. And that's really what it is. And that's a universe that might take some serious adjustment for Green Bay fans, and they're going to have to practice patience because even if the Jordan Love thing works out, I'll be shocked if it works out like gangbusters off the start. Like, it's going to take some time here. So you're going to have to give him some time. You're going to have to give him some leeway. He's been sitting for a while, and the results have been mixed, and even the impressions have been mixed. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm glad he's going to get his opportunity. We're going to get an answer to the question, how good he is. Was this a smart draft pick for them a few years ago? All of those things. That's what sports is going to give us. They're going to answer a lot of questions for us. But, man, I would, if I'm a Green Bay fan, sometimes you don't know what you have until it's gone. I think they know what they have, but I don't think they realize what is coming in. I don't think anybody has a clue what Jordan Love is actually going to do on a field.
So I've told this story many times. I know I told it earlier this week on Fox Sports Radio with Dan Beyer. I don't know if I've told it to you, but I'll try to be brief, is that about 2-3 years ago, I had the opportunity to interview Bill Polian, the iconic, front office Hall of Fame guy, built the Buffalo Bills, 4 straight Super Bowls. They didn't get over the hump, whatever. Then goes to Indianapolis with the Colts and is there during the Peyton Manning era, but also the Andrew Luck era. And I remember asking him, I was like, what is it like riding to the stadium every Sunday, knowing that, you have, in that case, number 16, number whatever, and you have the advantage at quarterback? And he said, Aaron, it's not when you have the quarterback. It's having those guys and then riding to the stadium and knowing that you don't have that guy. So in this case, it was the year when Peyton Manning got neck surgery. The Colts went, 1-15 and ended up with the number 1 overall pick. He said, you just drive to the stadium with a pit in your stomach, knowing that you believe in your guys and you love your guys, but you know that it's going to be a real uphill battle. And so the only point I'm trying to make, Jordan Love may be great. He may be another Hall of Famer, and this thing may go on another 15 years in Green Bay. But realistically, there aren't that many number 12s in this league, and realistically, he probably, as you said, Jason, it might not ever happen, but it's certainly probably not going to happen right away. It's going to be an adjustment for Packers fans. Fox Sports Radio, Aaron Torres, Jason Martin here, broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios on a busy Saturday night. Coming up, there was one other piece of quarterback news. We'll discuss that next. Fox Sports Radio.
The men's tournament is in full gear.
Oh my God.
At midcourt launches the shot. From the tip-offs to the upsets and the heartbreak.
One of the all-time shockers.
Our tournament coverage doesn't stop. This is Fox Sports Radio.
The world is always on. But you shouldn't be. Put junk sleep to bed. During Mattress Firm's big spring sale, get a king bed for the price of a queen and save up to $700 on Sealy. Shop now at Mattress Firm. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
The podcast Let's Start a Coup wonders, what if a secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest schemes.
And for you, Major General Smedley Butler, nothing will ever be the same.
Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
There's a new deal on sale now at CorridorHalfOff.com. Right now, you can get $25 gift certificates to Gianni's Italian Beef in downtown Cedar Rapids for the price of one. Authentic Italian beef sandwiches, Chicago-style hot dogs, hand-cut fries, and more are all at Gianni's Italian Beef. This is your chance to find out what everyone's raving about for half price. Gianni's Italian Beef at the corner of 3rd Street and 4th Avenue in downtown Cedar Rapids for half price at CorridorHalfOff.com right now.
I'm Tyrese Maxey, 21st overall pick in the 2020 NBA Draft, a guard for the Philadelphia 76ers, and I'm doing my very first podcast, Maxey on the Mic.
Tyrese!
We'll talk about games, catch up with some of my favorite NBA players, talk travel, food, music, who knows what else. Listen to Maxey on the Mic on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you go to get your podcast.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended-release B vitamins.
Hello, this is Jamie Heimer with Pinnacle Realty. If you're looking for help to get pre-approved, give me a call at 319-651-9617. It's easier than you think.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations.
It's The Woody Show.
Hello.
Rod Ryan Show, check it in.
All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
Alter Ego, are you ready?
All of the best free curated playlists.
My favorite music.
A little bit of everything. All of the great podcasts for every interest.
Stuff they don't want you to know.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome. All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
AM 800 KXIC.
He says physically he's fit, mentally he thinks he still has it, and then he gave the famous quote. He said his wife told him that God laughs when you make plans, but he thinks that he can do it, and then he went sports cliche and said he'll take it 1 year at a time. But the beginning of that quote's the money part of it, so let us discuss Rick Pitino coaching till he's 80. Rick Pitino, wherever he goes, that's a story for us because he's one of a handful of people in that business of college basketball that still matters.
Ben Maller, weeknights, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
AM 800 KXIC, Iowa City.
So how do you like it?
The question is this.
You like it like this?
I'm strictly talking basketball.
Or like this?
Baseball tends to be, of all our sports, very much steeped in tradition.
And what about this?
Basically, the NFL has found ways to make money off of everything.
Like it a lot. Whatever it is that you like, we've got it covered. It's sports the way you like it on Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
Welcome back, everybody. Fox Sports Radio. Aaron Torres, Jason Martin, broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. And we are brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. One final college hoops game. It does look like Alabama will advance. They are up by 17 points with about 8 minutes to go, 52-35. We will keep you updated on that one, as that one should go final right around the top of next hour. We'll probably break that down then. Alabama appears to be cruising, though. With that said, Jason, let's stick with the football conversation. We just spent a ton of time talking about Aaron Rodgers, what's next. He's going to the Packers, it looks like. What does that mean for the Packers, the Jets, etc.? I do want to switch gears, though, because there was one other piece of quarterback news, as the only kind of, I think, real name outside of Aaron Rodgers that's still kind of in limbo. He did find a home. That's Jimmy G. He signed with the Raiders. Don't know that it's all that. Well, I guess Baker Mayfield too. Do you have any? By the way, do you have any Baker Mayfield takes with the Bucks? I don't know that I have any blistering hot Baker Mayfield takes before we get to Jimmy G. Anything there, Jason?
No, because the Bucks are about to go back to being the old Bucks.
Sure.
It would appear. You're seeing a lot of the Tom Brady team, the guys that he brought in, they're just either walking away, retired last year, or stepped away from the game last year, or in the case of like Leonard Fournette, now he's a cap casualty, and it's just, that's just not going to be a very good football team. It's not. Like, I would probably do the same thing they're doing. Like, they didn't really have another choice unless they were going to roll out there with Kyle Trask or whatever, but Baker played all right with the Rams. He actually was in the division last year in another bad situation in Carolina. I think we kind of know what Baker Mayfield is and isn't at this point. He's probably better than what you were going to have outside of that. He's not getting you to a Super Bowl, but he at least makes you a little bit more interesting, because Baker Mayfield is it's interesting to follow what he's doing, and he's kind of got that Duke feel, like you either like him or you hate him, it seems like, for most people. So he's somebody that will make them a little bit more interesting, because they're not going to be interesting at all, sans Brady, if you don't have somebody like a Baker Mayfield that makes you at least curious to see what that team does.
I don't disagree. Listen, they need somebody at quarterback. So, I get it. I think the Bucs are in a very interesting spot, because they are just, listen, they have pieces, but I think they're obviously, they took a major step in the wrong direction last year with Tom Brady. Don't think it's getting any better this year. Really quickly, let's get to Jimmy G. Obviously heading to the Raiders and reuniting with Josh McDaniels. Again, it's just one, I remember talking about this with Derek Carr, where I don't have a super crazy hot take on this. And at least with Derek Carr, the division is very winnable. That is certainly not the case for Jimmy Garoppolo in Vegas. I get why Josh McDaniels did it. I'm a Jimmy G guy. I've defended him. I didn't believe that they should just hand the job to Trey Lance last year, but he did have another season-ending injury this year. He is banged up, and now he's going to a division where he's going to be the fourth best quarterback there. One of those deals, Jason, I get why it was done. I get why it makes sense for both sides, but I'll be blunt, a little hard for me to kind of get excited about this one.
It's the same thing. I mean, Carr and Garoppolo are very close to one another. I think the only thing is Garoppolo has reached the Super Bowl. He's been within a quarter of reaching a second Super Bowl. He's a guy that has had more opportunities in the clutch and has actually pulled off some good things, but he's also done some bad things. But he's another guy where maybe he's a little more stable than Carr, but does he make you demonstrably better than you were with Carr? I don't necessarily think so, especially when you consider that Carr, outside of the injury he sustained on Christmas Eve several years ago, has been awfully durable, and Garoppolo has been anything but. As a matter of fact, I don't think that it is outrageous to assume that Garoppolo is probably going to miss time this coming season. The question is, when does he miss time, and is he there for you, to make some kind of a wild card run if indeed the AFC West struggles again the way that they did last year, and some of these other teams that we were expecting to be better aren't. So maybe he's got a shot. I think he has a better track record right now than Carr, and I think the familiarity with Josh McDaniels makes a lot of sense for why you would want to do this. But I don't think that this took you from a B to an A+. I think at best this is B+ to A-, or if you really look at these guys, you're probably looking at like a B-ish quarterback both ways. I don't think either guy is the crucial piece that gets you over the hump if the hump means you're going to win a Super Bowl. I think that they're going to be fine. And I think Garoppolo, he's well liked everywhere he's been. He's going to be great in the locker room. He is a little bit more consistent on the field than Carr is, but at the same time, again, like you said, there's nothing to get like super excited about here at all. If you're a Raiders fan, Saints fan, I think that the Saints made themselves better. I think the Raiders are probably about the same team.
Yeah, it's interesting now that I'm thinking about it. Like, listen, you never wish injury upon anyone. But if this was the year where Jimmy G did again have another injury, and it feels like that's probably at some point going to happen, I don't wish it upon anybody, to be clear, but that's Jimmy G's history. Probably not the worst year to have like an injury-riddled quarterback, right? I mean, we're going into the Caleb Williams, Drake May draft, and I'd be curious to see, if Jimmy G, if they start 1-3 with them, they open, say, with the Chiefs, and then they have the Broncos in week 2 in Denver, and they end up losing. Like, if Jimmy G goes down, I wonder if it's one where they just, kind of whatever. I don't know. It's just a thought that I'm having as we talk it out loud. But yeah, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle, and he's clearly not the long-term solution there. But it is an interesting scenario as Jimmy G is officially a Las Vegas Raider. Fox Sports Radio, Aaron Torres, Jason Martin broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. Keeping you updated on the one final game in college basketball. The Alabama Crimson Tide, the number 1 seed overall in the NCAA tournament. They are in control late, up 52-38 with just under 8 minutes to go. 14-point lead. It looks as though Alabama is going to move on. And, of course, DeSager will get you a final score on that one. Coming up, go back to college hoops. Quick recap of everything that happened today. And then we got to talk this Ja Morant update. It ain't good. Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. I just learned Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you earned doubled. All the cash back from eating at your favorite soup dumpling restaurant doubled. All the cash back from that trip where you sort of learned how to snowboard also doubled. And the best part, you don't have to do anything ridiculous to get it. Nope, Discover does it automatically. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
Still overpaying for a razor? In this economy? Gross. At Dollar Shave Club, you can get a top shelf shave at a regular shelf price. We've been hawking shaving products for years online, and we're excited to bring you the same great quality and low prices at a store near you. From high-quality stainless steel blades to super smooth shave creams, Dollar Shave Club's in the business of making your shave easier. Find Dollar Shave Club in the men's razor aisle. Getting your Dollar Shave Club razor wherever you want. Isn't that great?
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Energy consumption is a primary contributor to a changing climate, producing around 27% of greenhouse gases in the United States. Save money and energy at home by turning off your computer completely before you go to bed. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
Your financial future in focus. It's Premier Investments of Iowa here on AM 800 KXIC Sunday between 8:30 and 9. Join the crew from Premier Investments of Iowa, 8:30 to 9 Sunday on AM 800 KXIC.
Carried over to basketball. It has not. Jordan dazzled us as a player for the Chicago Bulls, and he has absolutely baffled us as a decision maker by moving forward. It's not official yet, but we're heading that direction. And to sell the team, Michael Jordan is giving a concession speech. He's announcing, "I suck at my job. I'm throwing in the sponge, As a famous boxer said back in the day, no mas. No mas. MJ does not need the money. Now, this team is going to sell for a lot of money. Jordan's going to keep part of it. But I believe he paid $275 million for that team. And it is worth a heck of a lot more than that. But this is all about avoiding stomach pain, more of a long-term stomach ache. And actions do speak louder than words. Michael Jordan has tried just about everything. He has tossed stuff against the wall. He's tossed the spaghetti against the wall to see if any of it's stuck on Tobacco Road, and it hasn't. And a guy that has gone from the Midas touch to the Saddam touch with the Hornets.
To get the rest of what Big Ben said, podcast it by searching The Ben Maller Show. And as always, you can hear The Ben Maller Show weekdays from 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio.
And now, the Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick.
Damn you, Jay Billis, for all that great information you gave us as you ruined our brackets. I mean, I'm okay if, Furman beats Virginia. Okay, Virginia's given us some of the most embarrassing losses, but they've also won a national title. Arizona, they're the Chargers. Arizona is my Chargers. Because every year I go, Chargers are good. Man, that's a talented roster there. I'm like, okay. I think I had Arizona going a long way last year. Arizona is the Chargers of college basketball. Yes, Mom.
You know what's crazy? I picked Arizona to go really far. Mm-hmm. I couldn't name you one guy off of that team. I was just going off of everyone else saying, oh, look out for Arizona. Yeah. They're really hot right now.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Here we go.
The Herd.
Whoa.
Colin Cowherd talks about sports.
You have to be a unifier, a lubricator.
Or do sports. Talk about Colin Cowherd.
What does that tell you?
Only Colin knows for sure.
Me.
That's why he has a radio show.
Being great is really important.
It's The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
I'm a radio idiot.
Listen every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Please me, baby.
One.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Hawkeye Sports and Fox Sports. AM 800, KXIC Iowa City. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting.
We are Fox Sports. And here's what you need to know.
In college basketball's late game, second round of the NCAA tournament, neither team shooting well, but with about 5.5 minutes left in Birmingham, #1 ranked Alabama does lead 57-42 over Maryland. Earlier in that arena, 1 seed in the Midwest, Houston, came from behind to eliminate Auburn. 81-64, Houston was down 10 at halftime. 2 seed in the West, UCLA, advanced 68-63 over Northwestern, but the top seed in that region, Kansas, is out. Led for much of the night, but Arkansas upsets the Jayhawks 72-71. 2 seed in its region, Texas did advance 71-66 over Penn State, and wins for San Diego State, Tennessee, and Princeton, a 15 seed, which beat Missouri 78-63. What a classic in baseball at sold-out Miami tonight. The U.S. won its quarterfinal at the World Baseball Classic. Trey Turner, 8th inning grand slam to beat Venezuela 9-7. I'm Steve DeSager.
This is Fox Sports Saturday. Fox Sports Saturday is on. The plays, the interviews, the players, the coaches, the breaking news, the top stories. When it goes down, we will cover it all.
You better step up and get in control.
Fox Sports Saturday is right now. Live from the TireRack.com studios of Fox Sports Radio. Here's Aaron Torres and Jason Martin.
Welcome in, everybody. Hour 3, Fox Sports Radio. Aaron Torres, Jason Martin, broadcasting live from the TireRack.com studios. TireRack.com will help you get there. An unmatched selection, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection, and over 10,000 recommended installers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. Alabama-Maryland game isn't quite over yet. Maryland was down by as many as 17. They've cut the lead to 12 with about 5 minutes to go. So we'll keep an eye on this one, Jason. I do think Alabama will probably hold on. Not Alabama's best effort today. Jason, I was thinking about this before the break. NCAA tournament's obviously going on. If you missed any of our conversation in hour one, you can go back and download the podcast. And again, we'll keep you updated as this Alabama game goes final one way or the other. I was thinking about it, though, Jason. You know, we talked earlier, Duke ends up losing in the first round, or the second round today. North Carolina doesn't get into the tournament at all. Villanova doesn't get into the tournament at all. Kentucky is like a 6 seed, and that, like, they're still Kentucky, but it doesn't feel like it did 7, 8, 9 years ago. We talk a lot about, like, the changing of the guard from the coaches. Like, Coach K's gone, Jay Wright's gone, Roy Williams is gone. You know, Izzo and Calipari are coming down the home stretch. Boeheim just retired. Do you feel like there's a changing of the guard at the top of the sport, too, in terms of teams? Like, we talked about, like, Duke, they still matter, but as of right now, in year one of the Shire era, it doesn't quite feel the same. Do you feel like there's a changing of the guard atop the sport, not only from the coaching perspective, but from the programs as well?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look at North Carolina. Look at Duke. I think Kentucky is at least receding. Like, you're starting to see some cracks in that armor. Villanova, of course, now no Jay Wright, so that's certainly not the same team. There's just some recognizable brands that, look, Kansas is still around. UCLA is still around. There are some brands that have kind of made some comebacks. But, yeah, I mean, and we talked about this a little bit last year during this tournament when Arkansas had a run and when Alabama started playing well. It was like, okay, so if Georgia's become the new Alabama in college football,